Just laugh.
No, she did a for buzzer.
Your view is fine?
The view is, yeah, the view is perfect. Like if I'm on the edge here, the view is perfect. I might have to lean over just to, if someone goes really deep, but
We can't shift these.
yeah. I mean, we can try. Damn, 18 new judges. That's a lot of judges. Everyone's a judge now.
पीछे का आवाज चेक करो अभी ऑडियो का लेवल करो
All right. Welcome to the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge. Percival here on the live commentary. I'm sitting in the live commentary booth here at Hotel Seabreeze. It's been an exciting morning, super good conditions out there, really good setup. We have had a judging course which just happened. So we have 18 new judges which are practicing their skills on the ocean. The waves have been absolutely pumping since the last 3 days, and it doesn't look like it's going anywhere. The whole event window looks absolutely perfect. Really good conditions. It looks like it picked up from yesterday as well. And on Saturday, on finals day, we will be having a clean single swell. So a single swell means that it's not a mix of multiple swells, but it's just one swell coming in, and that makes really clean conditions. Although I must say the conditions look super clean already right now, so I'm really curious what it's going to look like on Saturday. But right now we are into the men's open division, and we've done already a couple of heats. We're already into heat 3. In the water right now are Som Seti in red, Pradeep Pujar in white, Kishore K in blue, and Nitish M in yellow. There is 6 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. And yeah, we already had some good rides. And we weren't able to catch the first few heats because we were setting up this very new live commentary setup. Um, but now finally able to bring the competition live to you guys all over India, all over the world. So yeah, really excited to spend 3 awesome days together, guys. Dope. Sit back on the couch, relax, open a freshie, a fresh one, and well, it's 7 in the morning, so just get something nice to drink, get some good breakfast, and we already have a surfer up and riding. So the situation in the water right now is our surfer in red in the lead with a 5.17 and a 3.57. Our surfer Pradeep Pujar in white is in second with two twos, a 2.53 and a 2.03. Kishore K is in blue in third. Just throwaway scores. Nitish also with just some throwaway scores. So they're still looking with 5 minutes on the heat to really build the first set of scores. Um, just gonna check the tide to see where we're at with that. We are on the rising tide, so also this guy's perfect. I've been here for the last 2 weeks, and getting a perfect tide is really quite amazing. We start on a mid to low tide in the morning at 6 a.m. and it just goes straight up to high tide at 9:30. So we're just gonna have that rising tide throughout the whole contest, which is absolutely perfect. Rising tide. Why is rising tide perfect? Because rising tide means the ocean is coming up. The ocean is coming into the shore, and that means it's pushing all that swell into the bay. So we'll get even more waves and rising tide here, especially in Mahabs. We need a bit higher of a tide uh, for the waves to be clean because the sandbank is super dry. It is super fast. So on a super low tide, that thing just races, doubles up, closes out, as well as it gives a huge amount of current. Um, Mahabs is really known for current. So yeah, the rising tide absolutely perfect for competition. Couldn't have lined it up any better. We have great event directors for that are able to look ahead of time, look at what kind of tides we're gonna have. Also, a full moon, super interesting. Is that surprisingly every full moon we really get solid swells. and I think full moon is in a few more days, or full moon was yesterday. Yes, yesterday was full moon, so that also really coming out as a pattern. Every time there's been full moon, there's been really good waves. The tides are also amazing on full moon because we have these really big tides. So yes, we are in rhythm. We're in rhythm with the ocean. We're in rhythm with the setup, with the venue. We're in rhythm um, with the live commentary, with the beach commentary, with the shadow judging, with the panel judging, with the camera. Even the birds are in rhythm. No, it feels really good. Yeah, it feels really good. I think we've put a lot of work in. All the different teams have put a lot of work in to bring this quality of competition. And right now, I think is the first time where on Indian soil we have well, not on Indian soil, but fully manned by ourselves. All right, that is a surfer up and riding. I believe that was our surfer in white, Pradeep Pujar, on his backhand attack. I've been seeing him for the last, I don't know, 3 weeks. I think he's been here since a month. Um, really sharpening that backhand attack, and yeah, saw some pretty good turns from him. So expecting big things in this contest. He is in second position right now. So let's see where that takes him. Sitting on two twos right now, needing a 6.21 to take the lead. So Som Seti also coming back from an injury, really showing us a lot of surfing in the Grand Patrol. He scored, I believe it was a 9 point, sorry, an 8 point ride in the Grand Patrol at some point, and looked super confident on his feet. So yeah, I really believe in surfers coming stronger from injuries because um, yeah, it just teaches you so much. It humbles you. It it makes you very value every minute you have in the ocean because for a number of days, weeks, months you weren't able to be in the ocean, and it also allows your subconscious to process all the drilling, all the training you've been doing for the past months, and just process all of that. And when you get back in the water, somehow things just click. It's a new you. So injuries not necessarily always a bad thing, always a learning experience, and always an opportunity to grow. There is just 10 seconds on the clock, so looks like this one's coming to an end. Somseti in the lead, coming back from that injury. Paddy Pujar did score a 3.2 on his last wave. Looked like quite a nice turn, but not the six that he needed. He did improve his requirement. Um, Kishore in fourth and Nitish in fifth, still with the throwaway score, so weren't able to find waves out there. Um, and the next heat is beginning, so let's check out who's in there. We have Ruban, local boy Ruban, who just opened a new surf school, by the way, Sukha, which means, I believe, happiness. So yeah, very jolly guy, Mr. Ruban. Go check out his surf school, Sukha Surf School. Then we have Jivan GV in white from Kovlong, I believe, and GV from Mahabs only, yeah? GV from Mahabs. Is he Lingesh's son? Yeah. Lingesh's son. So Lingesh is owns a beautiful hotel here in Mahabs, right on the beach, and a lot of the surfing community stay in his hotel because it's very welcoming. He has a boardroom, he has a kitchen, a community dining space, so we all hang out there, cook dinner together, chill out, play games, etc. Very good vibes. A lot of the surfers from all over India come to the East Coast to to um, to spend the whole East Coast summer swell season, and it's a very lively time here on the East Coast. nice to have all the community also come down. And I think also what really makes this possible is that we have so many interesting events going on. We have the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge happening right now. We also have the Kovalong contest, which will happen next weekend. We had the Grand Patrol a couple weeks back. We're having a QS on the 12th of August. Just an up and down for one of our surfers. I think that was Manoj Kumbar from Mumbai. Yes, so that was our surfer in blue, Manoj Kumbar from Mumbai. And we have in yellow also Shriman Arya from Pondicherry. Um, so just some throwaway scores for now. Ruban scoring a 0.67, Manoj a 0.5. We have another surfer up and riding now on their backhand, looks like it, surfer in white, GV. Local boy as well. I've seen him putting quite a bit of time at the point in the last few days. I'm sure he would have got some bangers. So let's see where he goes from now. Just a 1.17 on the last of white. That was GV. And looks like we have another surfer paddling in. Just looks at that oncoming section, redirects, but not really critical. So we're gonna see that affecting the score. It might be the highest score of the heat so far because there was a bit of a maneuver on there, but it's not really gonna go up into that even fair or average range. So just a little bit of information. All right, here another surfer as well on their forehand, fading the takeoff and looking for that section to build up. Just kind of crumbles in front of him and he's out of there. So just a little bit of information about judging. What is judging? What are the judges doing? Um, how are they judging? And here we go, straight into live action with our surfer in red. Went up for a snap, now floating. Just the oncoming section over there, that section, second section, sometimes running a little bit fast, but yesterday lots of barrel opportunities on that one. So, and this morning also saw Ramesh go for a crazy vertical snap right on that section, come down, right before that section, come down and go straight into the barrel, fully disappeared, come out the other end. So, some really good waves. There is a bit of a mixed swell though, so it is a little bit messy, and some of the heats, some of the surfers have been having a bit of a harder time to find some waves. But local boy in the water here, Ruban, definitely finding a little bit of his rhythm, putting some scores on the board. Currently sitting on two fours, a 417 and a 403, with Jivan S in second position with a 2.43 and a 1.17. Um, in third position, Shriman Arya with a 153 and a 137. And in fourth, Manoj Kumbar, a 1.20 and a zero point 0.5. Um, so the heat is underway. We do have a heat leader. We have 3 minutes left, so not that much time for our surfers to find scores. Um, yes, that mixwell making things a little bit challenging for some of the surfers to really find good bits, good pieces, good lines, good tapers. I'll be explaining throughout the weekend a lot of things about surfing, a lot of things about judging, a lot of things about the ocean, so stay tuned. Welcome to the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge. We are on for day one of competition, and looks like we have our surfer in white up and riding, driving down the line, going up for a lip line finish. The board rides out, but without the surfer, so that'll go incomplete. Yes, we are here at Mahabalipuram Hotel Seabreeze, um, where we usually set up our event. It is an exciting event. The reason being that we've already decided all the things we have to decide in terms of who's qualifying for the Asian Games and this and that. So now it's more about fun and enjoyment, and the waves also are in the same spirit as they have absolutely turned on for this event. That was that is the replay for our surfer in white who drove down the line, went for a lip line float, but that section just bottoming out a little too much, and the board riding out without the surfer. Now we have our surfer in red, Sanjay Savamani, national coach, going up into the lip and rides out with success. That was a critical one in front of the elephant rock. He got a 3 on his last one, so this one is going to go definitely a little bit above that. Um, let's see where the judges go with it. Here is the replay for our surfer in red driving down the line, setting up beautiful bottom turn, going straight up into the lip, throwing spray, not going so high off the lip, but really jamming it in that critical section. The section quite a bit more critical than the last one. A lot more power in the maneuver as well. That's our surfer in white, just a closeout. And here's our surfer in white, just with a good setup snap, looking to finish it off on the oncoming section, and they do. So it'll just be a throwaway for our surfer in blue, and for our surfer in white, definitely gonna be putting a score on the line. That was our surfer Mani Kandan from Kovlong, I believe. As we see the beautiful shoreline of the Mahabs Point Break. Such a beautiful spot we have here. And the conditions have aligned absolutely perfectly for the event. It's not always like this, sadly. We've had a couple of weeks where I was running a lot of training programs here, and conditions were pretty tough. A lot of current, a lot of south wind, mixed swells, things like that. But today the conditions are absolutely perfect. Look at that, how it hollows out and runs down the beach. A little bit of sections, of course, but we will be seeing it cleaning up as the tide goes up. So just a little bit of information of what's going on behind the scenes. We have had a judging course in the last couple of days with 18 fresh new judges, which are practicing their skills on this event. All these hours counting towards their level 2 judging certification. And here we have our surfer in red, floating that first section, looking to set up another one. Oh, looks like a nice one for a surfer in yellow. Good open section for Kamesh. 2 hits on the face, and just that wave just runs away in front of the elephant rock. You'll be happy with those 2 hits. Definitely be putting a score on the line. He was waiting for a backup score, sitting on a 1.4. And for our and we have our surfer in blue. Sorry, we had a bit of a technical issue here in the live booth, but now all good. We have a beautiful vertical turn there for our surfer in red, according to that surfing, but I couldn't see the color on his rash guard. Um, Super critical turn over there, but on. All right, we are back into action, guys. Sorry for those little technical issues. Um, yeah, just to give you a little bit of an update on what's going on behind the scenes, we do have 18 new judges practicing their skills on this event. Um, One of our panel judges, Lee, came in from New Zealand to give the course, and and our beloved Rory Symes from Australia, North Stradbroke Island, is our head judge. On the panel, we have um, Samai, Sandeep, Sham, um, Manikandan Appu, a bunch of judges, our regular judges, and then in the shadow booth we have a whole tent for the shadow judging. Call it the shadow booth if you want. We have a whole bunch of the new judges practicing their skills, So that's also super interesting. Just to give you some more information on what is judging, what goes on behind the scenes of judging, how are scores made, how does competitive surfing even work? So competitive surfing is a round and heat based competition where surfers progress through the rounds as they go, each time surfing in heats of anything between 2 to 5, sometimes even on big wave competitions and other kind of formats, you get up to 8 surfers in the water at the same time. Um, and all right, here we have our surfer in white up and riding, getting around the section. He has an open face to work with. There is the rock in the middle of it. He just carves it back and kicks out of there. That was our surfer Manikandan M, local boy. Sorry, boy from Kovalong. That'll be probably a bit of a throwaway score for him. So let's see where the judges go with that. They go up into a 1.7. Same as Last of Red. Last of Red was much more critical of an attempt though. So interesting scoring going on. Um, it does come into a scoreline, not having much of a backup. Here's our surfer in red, just carving that oncoming section. And looks like that wave is dying out of energy. Just slowly getting things set up here in the live booth. It has been a bit of a rough start in terms of we didn't know we were going to separate live and beach commentary, but deciding to go for the professional route, how they do it um, all over the world, we decided to separate it up. So I'm here sitting in the live booth where the technicians are with all the screens up and the consoles and so on. And I'm watching the live feed coming straight from the camera as we see our surfer in white driving down the line, carving that first section. Oncoming section comes on and he smacks that one, throwing a lot of spray. He's going to be super happy about that score. Might even be the highest scoring ride of the heat so far. Last of Red coming in at a 4.23. This one a 3.60. The scores coming in really fast from our judging panel here. Currently situation in the water, just 45 seconds to go, so not much time remaining on the clock. Our surfer in red in the lead, Sanjay Selvamani. He is also our national coach, so really walking the talk and showing us how it's done to surf a heat. In second position, Manikandan M. In third, Kamesh. In fourth, Tilak. And here we have Kamesh up and riding on his backhand. Does have an open face, but it looks like it's dying out of energy. Cuts back a couple of times and sticks with the white water, and he's out of there. And that is the end of the heat. Congratulations to our surfers in red and white for making it to the next round. So yes, as I was saying, this is a round and heats based event, and this is how competitive surfing works. Starts in round one. Sometimes round one is non-eliminatory, meaning that surfers that lose round one have a second chance. Here you see our two heat winners, surfer in red and white, coming through with the win of that heat. In the next heat, we have Ramesh Budihal in red, Rajguru from Pondi in white, Vipin Silvayan from Kerala in yellow, and Varghese. Varghese, I believe, is a name from Kerala, so I believe also from Kerala. I'm curious to see. And that's the start of the event, of the heat. So yes, a round and heat-based event. All right, we already have our surfer in white up and riding. Cuts back to the first section, has a big open face. Looks like a bit of a slow one. Let's see if it stands up. It is very near to the previous wave, which means that it's been quite soft, but now it does stand up a bit. Just our surfer in white not able to get up into the lip on that last section. That was our surfer from Pondi, Rajguru. Now we have our surfer in red who just goes for a tumble on that double up. So yes, we do have a bit of that mixed swell, which is creating some mixed up situations on the waves. We have double ups and sections here and there, as we saw our surfer in red on the last one going for a tumble. Um, but still pretty damn good conditions here for day one. On day three, we will have a single swell, which will make things a lot cleaner. Really looking forward to that as well. And now our surfer in blue going for his first wave on the backhand, driving it on the inside rail to cut back. Now driving down the line as that wave steepens out. Let's see what they can do on that section. Opening up the shoulders for another carve. And this wave just keeps providing another section, another section, another section. That'll be 3 turns. Our surfer in blue, Varghese, will be happy with that ride to start his heat. So a heats and round based event. Um, Surfers get to surf as many waves as they want in each heat. There is a priority system that works during the heat, which I will explain as well. Now we have our surfer in red, going for the barrel, slips out of there, super clean, carves it back, and looks for that one to stand up. Just stalling, stalling, stalling in front of the rock. Cuts that carve short, not to get into the rock, and that wave looks like it dies out. But it'll be the barrel to carve cutback combo. Ramesh Purihal has been catching lots of barrels in the last couple of weeks. Saw him open up this morning with a beautiful vertical snap to barrel combo. So, and he's already started here in the first few minutes of the heat with one as well. So looking forward to see what he can provide for people tuning in live, unfamiliar with surfing. A barrel ride is um, when you nestle yourself into the wave, behind the lip, between the face of the wave and the lip, which is curling over. And it's really one of the ultimate sensations one looks for in surfing. Our surfer in white also stalling for the barrel there, but that one running away. First, for our surfer in red, the barrel to cut back combo, a 5.83. So the judges did like that barrel, as our surfer in red really did disappear behind the curtain and reappear pretty cleanly. It did shut down a little bit. It did clamp. So we call it clamping when the mouth, the opening of the barrel, kind of just closes um, in front of the surfer. But he still managed to punch through the curtain pretty cleanly, and he did disappear into the barrel. That is a key factor when it comes to judging a barrel ride. Surfer must really disappear behind the curtain. Um, so yeah, all these surfers get to surf as many waves as they want using the priority system. They're all their waves are scored on a scale from 0 to 10. The scale ranges between excellent waves, so excellent rides are scored between an 8 and a 10. Good rides are scored between a 6 and an 8. Average are between a 4 and a 6. Fair rides are between a 2 and a 4. And poor between a 0 and a 2. So that's the scale the judges will be using to score the heats. And the criteria they use to give those scores includes um, combination of major maneuvers, radicality, and degree of difficulty. So radicality and degree of difficulty is really about the section of the wave. So if the wave is bigger, that makes it more radical and a higher degree of difficulty. Here are surf in red, sorry, in yellow, just catching a little insider. Not much potential on this one. It does stand up a little bit as we have our surfer in blue again on his backhand attack with deep drawn out bottom turns. And let's see, he goes up into the lip over there a little bit. Varghese, our surfer in blue, holding on for the finish. Two good rides from our surfer in blue. Scored a 3 on his previous one. I believe this one could go just a little higher, depending, um, but probably not because he only had 2 maneuvers on it. That was our surfer in white, just an up and down. So yes, coming back to the judging criteria, degree of difficulty and radicality or criticality, really an important factor. So the bigger the wave, the more difficult, the more radical the sections will be. And then also depends on where the surfer places their maneuvers on the wave. So the most critical portion of the wave is really that lip, which is in the process of breaking, throwing over. It has the most power, so it's all the excess power that's being pushed up by the sandbank. As the wave crawls along and joins the sandbank, it gets pushed up by the sandbank, and then all that extra energy is thrown out in the lip. So that's really where you have the maximum of energy. It's also the highest part of the wave, so coming down from there, you'll be falling out of the skies quite a bit, taking quite a steep drop. So and then you have different thicknesses of lip. You have like a little small crumbly lip, which is like just not very powerful, and then you have really thick closeout lips, which are like this thick. And if you hit those kind of lips, even more radical. So um, that's also a major factor. And then the maneuver itself. What maneuver are you performing? Are you performing a carve? Are you performing a cutback? Are you performing an off the lip? Are you performing an above the lip? There we see lip line redirect, a lip line check turn from our surfer in. Was that red? From our surfer in red. So those maneuvers are used to just maintain speed down the line. They're not very radical in terms of the angles. Um, so as you can see now, our surfer in blue up and riding, hanging on to that one, just getting a lot of rides on the under the belt. So you'll be happy with that. Currently is sitting in second position. The last one did go a little bit higher. It went up into a 4-point ride. Last of red was a 5-3-3. So red in the lead with 2 5s, blue in second with a 3 and a 4, and followed up by yellow Vipin with a 2-7 and a 1, as well as white with a 2-3-3 and a 1-0-7. That was the wave from red. So that was that lip line check turn into a bit of a layback carve jam. So the judges did like that, made it go into the average range, similar to the barrel to cutback um, combo. And it's very smart surfing from our surfer in red as well as blue. Really starting. Actually, all of our surfers really started quite early. First 10 minutes of the heat done, and are already 2 to 3 waves ridden. Our surfer in red really going with 2 5s, 2 average rides. It's a really good way to start the heat. um, just get 2 scores under the belt, and then as on the remaining 10 minutes, the back end 10 minutes of the heat, that's when you really want to start sitting out back, waiting for a really good wave to score bigger, higher numbers. So we'll be seeing if our surfer in blue also follows that pattern. Right now, he has been building on his scores, a 3 followed by a 4. His previous one a 2-4-3. So I'm wondering whether he's able to really select those better quality, because once you've scored 3s and 4s, you don't need waves that have the potential only for a 3 or 4 anymore. You need to start looking for waves of higher quality, which give you the potential for 5s and 6s and above, right? So that's just a little bit about strategy and tactics, which I'll be opening up more about and trying to make it accessible for everyone, um, both the surfers watching this as they watch the event, as well as the people back home who are enjoying this from their couches. I'm imagining Tushar up in Shaka Surf Club right now, probably sitting back with the crew, enjoying the view, watching his good mate Ramesh Budihal cheering him on from the couch. I'm sure you're there. Um, if not, get on there, mate. Um, yeah, so that was the first judging criteria, radicality, degree of difficulty, really an important one. And the other one is combination of major maneuvers. So combining those maneuvers. So what is a major maneuver? A major maneuver is anything that starts with a bottom turn. So bottom turn is really driving off the bottom, getting a lot of speed off the bottom, and coming up onto the open face to do then a top turn. All of surfing is about bottom to top turn, bottom to top surfing. And the tighter you can do that, so if you're drawing lines which are a little bit drawn out like this, that's good speed and flow probably, but you're not so radical in your surfing. As soon as you start making those lines a little bit more vertical, that's when you get more radical in your surfing. Um, so you'll be seeing that in the water as well, and you'll be seeing that affect the judging, the scores coming out of the judging panels. But coming back to the judging criteria, combination of major maneuvers is the second really core element of the judging criteria. So what does that mean exactly? Combination of major maneuvers means putting together major maneuvers, right? With speed and flow between in transition between those maneuvers. A major maneuver is anything that starts with a bottom turn and ends with the surfer riding out with control. Um, the first major maneuver is like a cutback. That's also a really functional maneuver. So you start. I'm just gonna use the screen. So the top, whoa, the top of the screen is the like. Imagine that your screen is a wave, and that it's breaking over here, and oh, and that's our surfer in yellow, just setting up himself for a bottom turn. There's the bottom turn, there's the top turn. That section just a little bit flat, as we saw our surfer in white go in for the pit on that one, but not appear out of there. Just got completely. And here's our surfer in yellow. That one's just a little bit soft, a little bit slow. Um, did have a good attempt there on the bottom to top turn, but not much power on that wave, not giving him the pushback he needs to re-enter the wave. Right, we got 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. So yeah, just back into those major maneuvers. A cutback is the first major maneuver. It's also a very functional maneuver. It serves the purpose of once you so actually the first thing in surfing is you really want to generate a lot of speed. Generating a lot of speed is by um, using the whole surface of the wave, going all the way to the top of the wave, coming all the way down. And there's three types of energy, three forms of energy will be that a surfer uses. One is the mechanical energy stored in their body, in their legs as they compress and extend. The other one is um, the the pushback from the water and the energy stored in their surfboards. The third is gravity, um, and actually the fourth is um, the energy of the wave itself pushing you forward. So by going really up and down the wave, compressing, extending throughout these speed flows is how you generate a lot of speed. And only with a lot of speed can you perform a good bottom turn and can you go into a good top turn. A good top turn, the first top turn that most surfers ever do is a cutback when they have too much speed and they've gone ahead of the section. Here's a surfer in red going for the high line, going down to the bottom, straight up into the lip for an off the lip, floats the next section and carves the third, just losing it on that one. That's the second fall for a surfer in red. A little bit surprising. Wonder if there's something up with his equipment, as you see him checking out his equipment there as well a little. So on this wave, we saw our surfer starting out with a high line. High line super important. The, the higher you go on the wave, the more energy there is, the more power you get. Here's our surfer in blue, catching a lot of the waves, going pretty nicely vertical there on that finishing ride. I'm curious to see what he got on the start of his ride, but he'll be getting pretty solid score from that. Last of red, just a 477. Red up and riding again. Big drawn out carve. Down carve as he carved it all the way down. Floats the end section. He's out of there. So waiting for scores for surfers in red and blue. Surfing white, high line for speed, carves that first one, and cut jams the second. Just not going as vertical, as steep, as radical as the surfers in red and blue, who are currently sitting in the lead. Um, Last of blue at 3.33. I'm guessing it was just that single maneuver because it was a solid single maneuver. Last of red was a 5.07 because of that fall. So if he would have come out successful of that last carve, would have probably gone up into a higher 5, a low 6. Um, So yeah, in terms of maneuvers, you really have speed pump, speed flow to gain speed, and that's not really counted as maneuvers, but it is the foundation of gaining speed, which is required for any maneuver at all. Then you have bottom turns where the surfer comes off the bottom, setting up and going up into the face, into the lip of the wave with speed. The first type of major maneuver is a cutback, where the surfer goes all the way back into the pocket. So they've gained too much speed, they've gone too far ahead of the braking section, and they have to make their way back into the pocket, into the power zone, where the wave is about to break, and hit hit that pocket up there. After that, we have also carves. So then it's all about the game is all about angles, or a lot about angles. Cutbacks will have a lesser angle of entry um, when it comes to the angle of entry into the face of the wave. So let's say this is the wave for a cutback. You're going for a bottom turn and coming up with a less steep angle, coming back and going back to hit the oncoming section over here. With a carve, you're coming off the bottom and you're going a little bit more vertical up here, and but still a drawn out circular carve with the rail really engaged, pushing a lot of water, a lot of spray. We saw that from our surfer in red a lot in the previous heat. Um, then you start going for off the lips. Off the lips are really deep bottom turns where the surfers almost disappear, and going straight vertical up, hitting that lip. So the top of the screen, the lip, boom, hits that one and comes straight back down. That's an off the lip. After that, you can have progressive maneuvers where the fins are coming off the top of the lip, as well as aerial maneuvers. In terms of aerial maneuvers, you will have different angles of entry as well, but usually it's a bit of a less steep angle where you're creeping up like this, loading up, lots of speed, and once you hit the section, boom, you take off and you do an air. Um, as we had a surfer up and riding, starting out the heat really fast, so that's quite smart strategy. It's really important to start heats as fast as possible to gain that momentum. Also, build some confidence in yourself during the heat. The rule of thumb with regards to strategy for all surfers listening into this one is to start your heat a little bit quicker, getting whatever kind of waves are showing up, even if they're not the best waves ever. But if they are good, definitely going for them, as we see our surfer in red setting up a beautiful bottom turn, big drawn out carve. You could see here a little bit steeper angle in terms of the bottom turn, and really drawing that carve out throughout the whole face, pushing a lot of water, throwing a lot of spray out the back. Um, Really powerful surfer here, and that was a snap off the oncoming section. He's really happy with that ride, as he also pushed the tail out. When you push the tail out, that does show progression, it shows commitment, it shows radicality, it shows risk that you've taken. And here is our surfer in red. That's just the back end of their turn as they set up this oncoming section, throwing that tail around. Those arms come swinging around beautifully, and he finishes that one off with control. Very strong surfing from our surfer in red. Looking forward to see what score that will go into. I myself have gone into the good range, definitely. With that one, we saw a very strong, committed carve on the first section, and the finishing also super strong. Usually, what you do want to do is combine that first turn with another one. So you want to make a combination of major maneuvers at the start of the heat. The surfer did have a little bit of downtime from when he popped up to when he did his first maneuver, so that will be considered in the score, as well as we have our surfer in yellow now up and riding. Solid turn to start. This is our surfer Harish P, local boy, 14-year-old, but he's competing in the big leagues now, and he's definitely ready. You can see, I think it's the first time he's competing in the men's, so it's going to be very interesting to see him grow throughout this process. And the first of red going up into the highest of the good range, a 7.67. So the judges scoring that very good. Yeah, they consider it to be a very good ride. That last maneuver was definitely an excellent maneuver. The first one was a very good maneuver. Carves are scored a little bit lower. So the progression of maneuvers I told you about, from cutbacks to carves to off the lips, that's kind of how much score you'll also get on it. Yeah, lower scores for cutbacks and carves, but higher scores for off the lips, and even higher once you show some progression, really throwing those fins out, pushing hard on those maneuvers, going more vertical on those maneuvers. So our surfer in red really showing some excellent maneuvers there, and some degree of difficulty and progression down on the finishing on that wave. And that one rewarding him, the judges rewarding him with a 7.67. Last of yellow came in at a 4.17. And the last two of white, 1.33 and a 0.50. As I was saying, it's very nice, very interesting to see our surfer in yellow, Harish P, first time ever competing in the men's open division. He is 14 years old, and usually competes in the Groms, in the under 18s, let alone the under 14s, actually, even because he's that young, but he is also that good. And I think just needing an extra bit of challenge, which is why he's gone into the Opens division. Also, these events, the back end of the season, all the decisions have been made. Who's qualified for the Asian Games? We have all of our top four athletes of men and women who will be representing India in the Asian Games in Japan. So that's all decided. So much less pressure in these events. Waves are on. It's about having fun. It's about challenging yourself. It's about building skills for the next season. And that's what we see from our surfer in yellow, Harish P, um, local boy, 14-year-olds competing against the top athletes of Mahabalipuram. The top athlete being one of the top four athletes who is also on the bench for the Asian Games, Shrikant D, who had an amazing performance at the Big Air Flow a couple of weeks ago, throwing some pretty big airs, and one absolutely massive one that he wasn't able to land, but I saw him throw a couple more of those in the free surfs and Mahabs later on, and I'm sure you'll be landing one of those pretty soon. So we're seeing a bit of. All right, and here's our heat leader up and riding again. He likes this wave, speeding down the line. Big layback carve to start with. A bit of a bubble down at the bottom, but this wave really beautifully selected. Going up into the lip for the second. A little bit of loss of control, but third one really strong as well. So curious to see where the judges will go with that one. A little bit of loss of control, 2 times on that wave. Same amount of downtime to start, but really beautiful wave on that one. And oh, I don't have a. No, all good. For all of you tuning in live, we are at the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge. It is one of my favorite events of the season, of the series. We are in the national series right now. This is the third stop. We started the year with the Andamans, Little Andamans Pro, first time ever running a contest on the islands. Setting up the bottom turn, going up into the lip for the second one. Just a bit of a late hit. And that's our surfer in yellow, Harish, carving and pushing hard. It's kind of like a jam that he's doing. It's a carving section, but he pushes a bit harder into the tail. making it a bit more of a jam. So 3 maneuvers on that one, a bit of frustration. You can see a lot of emotion from our surfer in yellow, Harish. Don't let it fool you, he's an absolute sweetheart. Um, and um, and a great surfer as well. Here is our audio. We are back. We have some scores that have come through. Last of red, a 9 point, sorry, previous of red, a 9.0. Judges really liking that wave, especially the connection between the maneuvers, I believe, and the lack of downtime at the start of that wave. He really started the wave super fast with a carve, went up into the lip the first time, and straight up into the lip again the second time. None of those maneuvers really going as critical as the finishing maneuver of the first wave, but much less downtime between the maneuvers, uh, much more connected in transition, combining those maneuvers in essentially a 3 maneuver combination. Um, so judges really liking that one. Also, the surfer going straight up into the lip for those second 2 maneuvers. And that score went all the way up into the excellent range, a 9.0, the first 9-point ride of the event. Very curious to see the next few heats where the scores are gonna go. Obviously, going all the way into a 9 already leaves only 1 point more above that score of red for our judges to fit um, other rides that will be coming in throughout the day. So the scale that the judges use is really something that's used throughout the day. They always compare. They're constantly comparing back to rides that have been made earlier on the day in previous heats. So the highest wave of the day, the highest wave of the heat, the first wave of the heat, and so on and so forth. First wave of the day as well. All those scores are really key scores when it comes to um, the judges in the judge booth. They will be comparing. So the way they judge is that they use the criteria that I've been describing, which I still will expand on. Um, and the first thing they do is they categorize, right? So the scale from 0 to 10 is, it's kind of, you can imagine it as if it's like a big folder with many like places you can put put like sheets of paper in, and you're going to be scoring each wave and then just slotting your sheets in into different areas of that scale. And you don't want to have the same score for multiple rides. So what our judges will always do is first they'll categorize. They have 5 boxes in their big folder, which is the poor box, the fair box, the average box, the good box, and the excellent box. And as soon as that wave is finished, they'll be like, okay, is this an excellent ride? Was it a good ride? Was it average? Was it fair? Was it poor? Then they'll know it's in that box, but then they'll have to decide where exactly in that box to put it, and that's when They will compare to other waves ridden, so other waves in that box already. Is it higher and lower? That's the main question they ask themselves. To and to discriminate between waves, just to maintain speed down the line, and that one just drives really far down the line. So we've seen some really good wave selection from our surfer in red. Obviously, the surfer with the most experience in competition, um, really taking off on quality waves from the start and generating some solid scores. Starting with a 7.87 and going up on his second ride 4.9. Here is our surfer in yellow, and but just a bit too much of a wall, as that one really drew quickly off the sandbank away from him. Our surfer in red was able to find really more open waves with a lot of opportunities for scoring while still having solid walls, solid lips to hit. And that's really the key factor, is finding that in between a closeout and a mushy peak. I'll be explaining a little bit more as time goes by how to recognize different types of waves and so on. A lot to talk about here in the live commentary booth. A lot of information about surfing to bring to you guys sitting at home, um, or on the beach watching the event. So yes, our judges, the pattern they go through is they'll watch the whole ride, they will categorize the wave, then they will compare between other waves, and finally they will create separation. So they'll, you know, is it a big separation between the previous wave and this wave? Was it like a lot better or just a little bit better? And based on that, they'll give a higher difference in score, or a smaller difference in score. And that's really how the scores you're seeing are generated. Here, our surfer in yellow up and riding again. Lots of waves for a surfer in yellow. He likes to surf a lot. Oncoming section comes and he hits it. Just a bit of a loss of control on the end and goes incomplete. Um, surfer in yellow is sitting on two fours, a 4.67 and a 4.17. In combination situation. All right, here's our surfer in white in third, going up into the lip, throwing his arms up and riding out with control. He'd be happy having completed that maneuver, but he needs a 6.4 to progress to the next round. This one coming in at a 3, so not enough. All right, we have just a minute and 30 seconds remaining. Our surfer in yellow taking off behind the rock, looking to increase his hold, improve his hold on second position. With this wave on the inside, is just running a little bit fast. I'm not sure he'll find many opportunities to score. Let's see if he goes back out the back to find some more waves. Currently sitting on a 4.67 and a 4.23. He is, however, in a combination situation in terms of taking the lead. Our surfer in the lead has shut down the competition for this heat with a 9 and a 7.67, a very good and an excellent score. Whenever I use these words, very good, excellent, average, etc., I'm really referring to the judging scale. those scores coming in those ranges. 6 to an 8 is a good. A 7 to an 8 is really the very good side of things. 8 to 10 is excellent, and so on and so forth. Average is between 4 and a 6, and so on. So as we have 25 seconds remaining, and our surfer in white goes up above the lip, even just losing the board on that one. And now our surfer in red looking to close down this heat. Lots of speed going straight up into the air. And he was definitely looking to have some fun at the end of that heat. Going for a punt. The offshore just snatching that board away from him. Here's the replay from our right. Surf in red as we are starting the next heat. The next heat will have Ajish Ali from Kovalam, Chennai in red, Ram Kumar in white, Nihal Salyan in yellow, and Saeed Nilamudin in blue. We see our surfer in yellow coming up second in the previous heat, making it through to the next round. And in front of us, the Surfing Federation of India posters, SAI, TNSA, all people who make these events possible. Looks like our surfer in white is looking to start their heat early, driving down the line, going up into the lip for the first one, jamming the second one, and just losing the cutback on the third. That was our surfer in white. Ram Kumar. So yeah, just on that one, not not a lot of steep angles on the surfing, and that's what the judges are really looking for to go into the higher ranges. He did get up into the lip, so that will be considered. The second one was a bit of a jam in front of the lip, but again, not much angles in the surfing in terms of the angle of approach up into the lip as well as the angle coming back down. The bigger rotation you have, the more critical your maneuvers will be. And just falling on that last maneuver over there, a bit too much pressure on the front foot. Now he's going up into the oncoming section. So really smart strategic surfing from our surfer in white here. Um, Going for a quick start, getting a couple of turns in on the first wave, another turn in on the second wave. That's how you build momentum, build some confidence for yourself, build a score line, and after that, that's when you're going to go sit out the back, really wait for some quality waves, and um, and perform some quality maneuvers on good critical sections, combine some maneuvers, right? So we've been talking about the judging criteria. We have uh, radicality and degree of difficulty, the first judging criteria, followed up by combination of major maneuvers, be they cutbacks, carves, off the lips, airs, barrels, and um, finally we have speed, power, and flow. which is really a key factor. How do you act between those maneuvers? Are you maintaining speed throughout those maneuvers? Are you maintaining flow in transition between those maneuvers? Are you going straight from one maneuver to the other? Key factor of the surfing judging criteria. Some scores coming through for our surfer in white. A 283 and a 217. Okay.
चल रहा है
That heat nice and early, getting some scores under his belt, and now we'll see if he'll be waiting for some quality waves, perform some quality maneuvers. We are here at the Mahabs Point Break Challenge, the third of 4 stops on the national series. We started in the Little Andamans. We went to the West Coast, Mangalore for the second event at the iOS Open, Indian Open of Surfing. And now we are on the East Coast for the Summer Swell in Mahabalipuram. We're going to be shifting between Mahabs and Kovalong in the next couple of weeks. The next event will be another national series event in Kovalong next to Chennai, and after that it'll go up into, we'll be coming back down to Mahabs. Here our surfer in red, Adish Ali, going up into the lip, finishing that wave off. We'll see a replay of that one probably. Yeah, so coming back to the judging criteria, let's have a look at our surfer in red. Carves the first section, snaps the second, cut back for the third, and into the oncoming section for the finish. He'll be really happy with that. 5 maneuvers, some good ones as well. Really combining a lot of maneuvers up, combination of major maneuvers. Variety of maneuvers is another key factor. Yeah, not doing the same maneuver again and again, but really giving a variety to the judges, showing that you can see different sections and perform different maneuvers on those different sections. Each section really asks the surfer, it's like a communication between the wave and the surfer, to perform something different. Each maneuver is slightly functional in essence, as we have our surfers in blue and yellow catching a couple of insiders there, performing a few maneuvers, cutting back to the foam. They'll be happy to have some scores under their belt with 12 minutes to go. First off, red a 7.0. Judges quite happy with the variety of maneuvers there. So that was also quite smart surfing from our surfer in red. Wasn't necessarily the biggest, best wave out there, but he really saw a lot of opportunity for maneuvers, and a smart way to start the heat. Also showing that he's not so greedy, really being able to identify that wave and see it for the value that it has. Surfer in white now up and riding, driving for speed, jamming it under the pocket, going into the lip for the second one, and onto the oncoming section for the third. He's going to be happy with that wave. Really nice really nice sections that our surfer in white is hitting. Just the angles on those maneuvers not as critical as our surfer in red. Um, However, that score will probably be his highest score of the heat so far. As we see our surfer in red again, deep bottom turn going up into the lip, jams it really hard in the pocket. Just a single maneuver, but a quality single maneuver. So looking forward to see where the judges will go with that one. Deep bottom turn. So bottom turns really factoring in to the quality of the rides that our surfers perform, into the maneuvers that they perform. That one just a single maneuver on the wave, but that doesn't mean anything. It's a lot about the quality of maneuvers in our surfer in red. They're really getting critical in the pocket, pushing hard on that tail, getting a little bit of release as well. No downtime at the start of his heat. He went straight into bottom turn and straight off the top. If you would have been able to keep going down the line with that one, those scores would have probably bumped up quite a bit as well. That one coming in at a 5. Right in the middle of our scale, right bang in the middle of our average. So it was a good maneuver, a very good maneuver even, but because it was just a single maneuver and the remaining wave was left unridden, the judges just bringing that score down a little bit, um, just to leave room for when surfers will be performing 3 of those maneuvers on a single wave. Last of white, a 4.67. Judges liking that one quite a bit. With our surfer going up into the lip, so it's about the criticality of um, the maneuver and the section being hit. Surfer in blue, last of surfer in blue at 2.37, and last of yellow a 1. As we have 8 minutes remaining on the clock, our surfer in red taking control of the heat with a 7 and a 5.0. Our surfer in white following behind with a 4.67 and a 2.83, followed by blue and yellow. Coming back to the judging criteria, we went through commitment and degree of difficulty. So committing to difficult, big, hollow sections. We also have innovative and progressive maneuvers. So that's what I was talking about. And here we have our surfer in white, just cutting it back into the pocket. That was a cutback. Now, a bit more of a carve as he will get out of there. Cut back to carve combo. Beautiful waves coming through the lineup, and there's our surfer in red, up and riding, setting up the bottom turn, carves that first section. Just reaching a little bit late on that last one. I'm not sure if he was affected by our surfer in white as he was paddling back out. Um, I hope not. So innovative and progressive maneuvers, super valuable part of the judging criteria, as that really pushes the scores much higher once you have fins showing, once you have the board out of the water, and so on. Here's the replay from our surfer in red. It's a beautiful wave, just missed the first section, carved the second one, and a bit too late on the last section. That one comes in at a 3.5. Last of green at 3.3. Last of yellow at 0.57.
Okay. You have breakfast? Wanna take a break? Oh, should we eat?
5 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Surfer in red in the first, surfer in white in second, surfer in yellow in third, and surfer in blue in fourth.
Same to same.
To the top of the wave, that is really a key factor when it comes to generating speed off the start of the wave. Speed is the currency in surfing. The more speed you have, the richer you are, the more you're able to spend on your maneuvers. Here's our surfer in red going up into the lip for the first one, combining it with a beautiful second carve. He has that trademark snap to carve combo, just jamming it on that foamy section at the end and putting together a few maneuvers here in the back end of their wave, looking for a finishing ride. He'll be gaining some speed. See, as soon as he wants to gain speed, he's going up into the top of the wave. That wave just dying out, and he's done with it. But he's done all the damage out the back on the first section. Carve to snap to carve combo. We'll be getting a replay on that one. There's our surfer in red. Bottom turns straight into the lip, and couple of little pumps off the bottom, so that will affect the score when it comes to flow, but still really putting together those turns. Um, and the question is now to compare between that ride and first of red, which was the 7.0, and this one coming in at an 8. So the judge is really liking that snap to carve combo from our surfer in red. He's quite lucky as he has that one quite dialed in. He just needs to find the right waves for it. Um, so our surfer in red again has put our other surfers in a combination situation. Surfer in second position in white, needing a combined score of 15.01 to take the lead, sitting on a 4.67 and a 3.33. Surfer in yellow in third needs 6.4 to take second position and progress. Surfer in blue needs 5.63. A little bit of a change in situation. Surfer in blue getting a 0.8, now needing a 5.63 to progress to the next round. Just a minute remaining on the clock. This is where things get a little bit tense. However, here our surfer in red did shut down his competition in this heat, putting everyone in a combination situation with an 8 and a 7. An 8 in the lower range of the excellence, a 7 in the higher range of the goods. Um, really able to show a variety of maneuvers. There's our surfer in white, coming off nice looking carve, snapping the oncoming section. Now our surfer in yellow, just with some speed flow to start, carves the first section, looks to get into the double up, but that one runs away from him. And that's the end of this heat number 8 of the men's open. Coming up next, we have heat number 9 in red Akilan S, in white Rajasresh Pujar from the west coast, in yellow Sanku Kartik, in blue Mutukumaran B. It is 9:45 on the east coast. We are sitting in front of the beautiful summer swell coming into the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge, and that is the start of our heat. Akilan S, a local boy, um, Raja Suresh Pujar from the west coast, East V West. I believe Sanku Kartik might also be from the west coast, and Muthu Kumaran might be from the east coast. So um, it's East V West heat coming up right here. Surfer in red is a local boy. He's had a lot of practice in this surf spot. What we're usually seeing is that the higher seeded surfers are so actually it's all put in the order of the colors that you see in the heat are in order of the rankings. So our higher seeded athletes will come in red, followed by white, followed by yellow and blue. That's why we've been seeing a lot of domination from our surfers in red. They just having a lot more experience in competition, understanding what kind of rhythm to take in the heat, as well as having a little bit of better knowledge when it comes to wave selection and just that technique, being able to get deeper bottom turns, go higher up into the lip, more critical, perform variety of maneuvers, um, and really driving higher scores. So we've seen really good to excellent scores from those surfers, um, and all the other surfers as well, um, doing really a lot of good surfing as well. Just much less experience, and it is quite nice also being in that underdog position. Learning. So it's nice to have this mix of different levels in the same heat. Really gives the opportunity to a lot of the surfers participating to learn a lot from those surfers with a lot of experience in terms of how they position themselves, what waves they go for, what maneuvers they perform, and just watching surfing, watching other really good surfers in the water is such a key factor when it comes to progressing your own surfing. This is round one, heat 9 of the men's open for the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge. I'll be going on a little bit of a break for breakfast, but keep watching as there'll be lots of exciting action in the water with our surfers from the East Coast and the West Coast battling it out at Mahabalipuram Point Break. See you guys in a bit. All right, welcome back to the Mahabs Point Break Challenge. We just had round one, heat nine with Akilan S, Raju Suresh Pujar, Sanku Karthik, and Muthu Kumaran at D. Akilan S surfer in red took out that heat with a 6.17 and a 5.4. Raju Suresh Pujar in second with a 4 and a 3.57. And now in the water is Harisham in red, Praveen Rathod in white, Surya P in yellow, and Murli P in blue. Um, Here looks like mostly surfers from the East Coast. Praveen Rathod is from the West Coast. He's been training here since a month or so. Quite a good backhand attack from Praveen. Harisham, local boy, he's already had a ride under his belt in the starting minutes of this heat. As we see our surfer in yellow, Surya, up and riding. So nice to see our surfer in yellow, Surya, competing again. It's been a while. He used to be one of my competitors back in the days. One of the guys I really used to look up to. Beautiful surfing from Surfer in Yellow. Spend some time out of the water. Probably life coming in, responsibilities and so on of growing up. But nice to see him back in the jersey, back in the water. So nice to have you with us, Surya. Harish taking his opening his heat with a 5.83 and last of yellow 3.0. That'll be a good heat opener. Here's that replay. It was just the one maneuver, but hitting that oncoming section with some speed, and the judges quite liked it. All right, done. All right, we got 15 minutes remaining on the clock. Surfers in red and yellow, deciding to start their heats early, building some scores, building some momentum, getting some scores on their under their belt in their score line. Really important thing to do in the first 5 minutes of your heat. Praveen Rathod, surfer in white, and Murli in blue, still waiting to open up their heat. Um, they will be having open priority, which means they can paddle for any of the waves without losing their priority. And they have priority over red and yellow so far. Um, just to give you a little bit of insight into how priority works, at the start of the heat, it's open priority. So whoever is deeper, whoever is closer to the starting part of the wave, whoever is closer to the pocket has the right of way. As soon as someone catches a wave, they're put into fourth priority, um, and it's open priority between the remaining surfers. All the surfers slowly catch their waves, and they get slotted in to. So whoever catches a wave next goes into fourth, and whoever was in fourth goes up third, and then second and first. And once all surfers have caught a wave, priority is established, and you'll have someone in first priority, followed by second, third, and fourth. Whoever has first priority has right of way on all the waves. Every wave in the ocean coming to the point at that moment belong to him. No, I'm joking. They don't belong to him, but that surfer has the right of way on all of those waves. In that case, that is Praveen Rathod in white right now. Well, actually, no. There's still open priority between white and blue. Um, so um, yeah, and if that surfer decides not to go, other surfers are more than welcome to catch the waves under priority. But then whoever's in second priority has the second say. So surfers in third and fourth priority need to give way to the surfer in second priority, and so on. Um, the way you lose priority is by catching a wave. The way you gain it is with others catching waves and losing priority until you are in first position. Priority is a key factor in competitive surfing. It's really about getting in rhythm and getting that priority at the right moment. Um, at the right moment when the set waves are hitting the point. So if you're at the point and there's good waves coming in, but you're in fourth priority, you're not going to be getting an opportunity to score on any of those waves because the other surfers have priority. So key factors when it comes to gaining priority is really the speed at which you're able to paddle back out into the surf spot, um, and or go for your runarounds. Right, the faster you're able to go to the spot, the more likely you are to gain priority because whoever reaches the surf spot, so there's a really the primary takeoff zone, that's where the priority judge will be looking. If they're in that priority uh, primary takeoff zone, that's when the priority judge allocates priority. So until you've reached that, you do not get priority allocated. And as soon as you get priority allocated, you're more likely to bump up in the priorities. Whoever reaches after you is behind you, right? So that's also what we try to follow when we're in the free surfs out there um, uh, on a normal day. Really watching out for whoever reaches the peak first and whoever's been waiting the longest, and making sure that everyone is seen and everyone gets a chance to get those waves. Not much action in the first bit of this heat. We have two rides from our surfers in red and yellow. Looks like the ocean is slowing down a little bit, but that doesn't mean anything as it might pick up any moment again. We have passed the high tide mark, so just a little bit of ocean knowledge there. The rising tide, so the tide was rising from early morning up to 9:30 a.m. and as we and it reached the high tide at 9:30 and now is slowly going back down. This does mean that water is moving away back into the ocean, which means that it's pushing against those waves a little bit and making it a little bit making a bit less energy come into the bay. So a little bit, we're seeing a little bit less waves, a bit of a slowdown in the lineup, but still will be plenty of opportunities to score. Our surfers in red and yellow getting a 5 and a 3, starting their heat pretty well, and just needing a couple more opportunities to really get into the back end of their heat. So yeah, usually what'll happen when you're halfway through the heat, it's really a critical moment to reevaluate your strategy and see whether you're doing the right thing. In this case, both our surfers in red and yellow having caught some waves. They're quite good with regards to just waiting out back for a good score. Surfers, although they are a little bit lower in priority. Oh, it looks like our surfer in white and yellow did catch a wave, did get a 3.5. So that's a strategic decision from our surfer in yellow to keep catching some waves under priority as our surfers in white and blue are waiting for scores. Here's our surfer in red as well, looking at one wave under priority 2, going up into the lip for the first one, throwing the tail on the second. Little bit of flat surfing over there, but still quite critical with the fins going out. Now we see our surfer in white setting up their first turn, getting around the section. carving the second turn, and now going up into the lip for the third. And he waited quite a while for this one, so he's really gonna commit to the whole wave as that one runs away. Last of white came in at a 5.17. So that was worth the wait. Surfer in white waited half the heat to get that wave, but it turned out to be a 5, which is quite a good score. It's the second highest score of the heat. Surfer in yellow, sorry, Surfer in red is waiting for their backup score. So currently, and that comes in at a 4.0. With 7 minutes and 20 seconds to go, that puts our Surfer in red in the lead with a 5.83 and a 4.0. Surfer in white in second with a 5.17 and a 3.93. And our Surfer in yellow in third with a 3.5 and a 3.0. Surfer in blue still looking to open their ride. That does their heat. That does mean that they have priority over all the other surfers in the heat, and they can choose to go on all the waves. Here's our Surfer in yellow up and riding again. Beautiful looking wave, but that one just runs away. Six minutes and 20 seconds to go. Offshore is still pretty damn good, so the wind conditions haven't changed. It is a slightly cloudy day. There is a little bit of blue sky, which does mean the winds will turn around at some point, probably around midday. The last few days it has been doing a bit of a switcheroo around 11, where the wind kind of turns off onshore and then turns off again. Just a little bit of information about what on and offshore is. Offshore is when wind moves from the shore to the ocean. It goes offshore, and that is really good for surfing conditions because it doesn't have a lot of time on the surface of the water, which means it doesn't have time to build a lot of ripples. But it also really blows against the face of the wave that's coming into the ocean, and therefore really cleans it out and makes that face really nice to surf. Then you do have onshore, which is when the wind comes from the ocean to the shore, and that, on the other hand, makes things a lot more messy because it has a lot of time to build ripples on the surface of the water. Creates a lot of little tiny ripples, which can really mess up the wave quite a bit. However, onshore winds, especially side onshore, so side onshore is when it comes onto the shore from the ocean, but a little bit from an angle. So when it's side onshore from the side that the surfers are surfing towards, that is perfect wind for airs, right? Because as the surfers, if this is the lip of the wave, as the surfers come to take off on it, the wind will be blowing right in their faces and right under their boards, pushing their board under their feet so that it sticks really nicely onto their feet and they're able to fly out with the board stuck nicely to their feet. Little score came in for our surfer in yellow, just to throw away a 0.5. And here we see the ocean with that offshore breeze. You can see that it feathers the top of the lips a little bit before they break. Surfer in red now up and riding. High line, cuts the first section back into the pocket. Jams the second section. Not quite in the lip, just in front of it. Carves the third. And now driving down the line to find the finish, he will throw the fins out front and still has some room to do something on this wave. Um, Looks like that wall wants to build. There's an oncoming section. Let's see if we can hit it. Not much speed over there, right between the rocks. Speed is your currency. Without speed, you cannot do maneuvers. So that was a good cut back to carve to cut back to snap to carve combo. We'll be seeing that going probably into the averages, maybe the high averages. Um, let's see where the judges go with that. Throwing the fins out on that carve over there in the replay. Just not much energy. At the end, as we see our surfer in white just trying to re-enter that wave after that snap, having performed it quite far off in front of the section. Now getting really into the oncoming section, but losing a lot of speed. Surfer in yellow now. Layback jam in the pocket as he waits for this one to build up with a double up, gaining some speed, just carving it back, waiting for that wave to stand up as it looks like it's separating into bits. But he still sticks with it and just losing it with no more energy on that wave. Few more waves being ridden here at the last closing minutes of the heat. Just a minute and 45 seconds to go. It is a really critical moment in the heat where you want to make sure to get the scores you need to progress. Currently, Surfer in red in the lead with a 7 on his last wave and a 5.83. Surfer in white with a 5.17 and a 3.93. Surfer in yellow in third with a 3.5 and a 3.0, waiting on his last score, on their last score. So we'll see what that comes in at. But a 7 for our surfer in red. So the judges really like those combination of maneuvers, carves, jams. I call it a jam when it's not really in the lip, so it's still it's moving towards and off the lip. It's a little bit more vertical. It's a bit more fast of a turn. Here's our surfer in yellow, really going hard into the oncoming section, just losing the finish. As we have our surfer in red looking for an opportunity. I think he's gonna go for a punt. He's throwing the fins out front, and he looks like he has control, just loses the finish. So what happened there was he did throw the tail around, he did have control, but as he was spinning that board around, he lost speed and got off the wave, so he didn't complete his maneuver. We'll see where the judges go with that. It was one of the first progressive maneuvers we've seen of the event so far. Fins out towards the beach. That one just coming in at a 1.6 due to the incomplete finishing on it. And we will have the next heat starting in just a few moments. We'll have Sanjay Kumar S, aka Snappy Local Boy, as well as Naveen Kumar, aka Chain, two local boys against each other. Manika Nandi and Mukesh P, all surfing in the same heat. I'm not sure if this is Mukesh Mumu, the OG local boy who started surfing on this beach, or if it's the next generation of surfers. Standing by for the start of that heat. It is heat number 11 of the Open, as we already have a surfer up and riding deep into the bottom turns, going straight up into the lip. That is our surfer in white, Mr. Naveen Kumar R, aka Chain. He's an amazing surfer, really good technique, just usually underperforming during competition. So exciting, really exciting to see him opening up with a strong wave. Oh my god. If I'm not mistaken, that wave was ridden before the start of the buzzer, which is a classic free surfer move from our surfer in white, Naveen Kumar, aka Chain. Really good surfer, really good technique, but often a lot of bad luck in competition, just not quite able to find the right mentality, the right mindset, the right waves. He looked like he had a really exciting wave um, just before the start of that heat, so I'm hoping he's gonna feel in rhythm during the heat as well. Um, it is really exciting when you see these free surfer characters. They're really free spirits. Um, don't like to conform and have hard times in competition, but they are amazing surfers. Some of the best surfers in the world are characters such as these, like Clay Marzo. If you don't know Clay Marzo, go check Clay Marzo out on YouTube. One of the coolest surfers in the world, does the most unique maneuvers on the most unique waves ever, most down to earth kind of people ever. Just like to go out and have fun on the waves. Um, but it's nice to see our surfer in white getting something on the start of that, before the start of that heat. Let's see if we can get something during the heat as our surfer in red opens up their heat, going up into the lip, throwing the fins out the back a little bit, and hitting that oncoming section. That'll be a good heat opener for our local boy Sanjay Kumar. Now our surfer in yellow up and riding, jams the first section, goes into the oncoming section, pumping to get around that one. First off red, a 3.0. .83. So the judges really being critical when it comes to downtime on the wave. We saw some good maneuvers from our surfer in red. However, they did come with a little bit of downtime. Um, Here's our surfer in white up and riding. Just highlining to start, cuts back the first one. Beautiful rail engagement, goes up into the lip for the second maneuver. Just a bit of a check redirect, carves the third. And let's see if he can do something on this section here. Just a bit of a check redirect as he carves it back. So our surfer in white, there we go. Now getting into the lip on that section at the finish. Surfer in white getting some good maneuvers down, but just a little off rhythm with the sections of that wave, getting past the critical sections and carving the section right after, which is a bit less critical. So we'll see where the judges go with that. And first off, white, a 5.50. They were quite happy with that ride as it went into the average range. So we did see some good surfing, some good variety of maneuvers, some good flow. Just our surfer in white a little bit off rhythm with the rhythm of the wave, with the speed of the wave, as um, those as we're gonna see it here in the. So starting with the first section with a cutback, which was the appropriate maneuver. Here's our surfer in yellow, setting up the bottom turn, just jamming it under the pocket, Now going up into the lip and losing it a little bit too much weight on that front foot as the nose and rail of the board dig into the face of the wave. Here's the replay from our surfer in white. High lines to start. Nice drawn out cut back. Here's the critical section, and he gets into it, but just hits it a little bit late. Now hits a carve as the second critical section breaks in front of him, not able to really get up into it. So that's the section that he really missed the opportunity on, but still getting to hit that last section over there. So just in and out of rhythm with that wave, and but the judges still rewarding the quality of maneuvers and the variety and flow that the surfer had, giving it a 5.50. Second wave of red coming in at a 2.73. Currently red in the lead with those two scores, with white following close behind, only needing a 0.23 to take back the lead. And yellow right behind. Surfer in blue still waiting to open up their heat with 13 minutes and 30 seconds to go. There is quite a bit of time, but it is approaching that 10-minute mark is really when you want to have a couple of scores in your belt already. The engines of our fisherman boats up on our screen at the bottom of our screen. So we have our fishermen going out every day early in the morning, sometimes 2, 3 in the morning, to get some fresh catch for all the restaurants out here on the beach. Some great places to eat, super local, fresh curries. From fishermen villages, come from fishing backgrounds. So they also do spend quite a bit of time out in the ocean. Otherwise, it's good. As we see here, one of the fishermen boats coming in from their long morning, hopefully hauling in a big load today, as we're gonna have lots of hungry mouths to feed. These engines, really resilient engines that have been lasting for years, self-maintained by the fishermen here. We're slowly seeing some new engines coming in, like Yamahas and so on, but still a lot of people on these traditional old engines, which have been, yeah, I mean, the great thing about them is, that they really can stand testimony to the conditions, the salt water, the winds, etc. As we have our surfer in red, floating the first section, coming off of that one, carving back, and now looking for some more speed to hit the final section of the wave as he gets caught a little bit behind. Still trying to hold on, but that one goes away. Float to carve combo. Floaters aren't the biggest scoring waves maneuvers of in competitive surfing, so I'm not sure it's gonna go that high. We'll see what the judges say about it. 10 minutes and 30 seconds to go, still plenty of time for all of our surfers to catch some waves. The ocean has slowed down a significant bit. Bit less opportunities on display, as the highest scoring ride being a 5.50. the last of red at 3.20 for that float to carve combo. We're seeing combos mostly go above the 2 point range. As we see a nice view of the beach here, our beach tent with some of the athletes preparing for their heats, cheering each other on, giving each other tips. A lot of peer-to-peer learning happens here. Throughout the first few years of competition in India, there was no coaching, and everything was learned by sharing information, by helping each other out, and a lot of that still happens. But we do have a lot of coaching coming in these days. I was very surprised in the last couple of weeks. There are up to 3, 4 teams of athletes and coaches training on this very beach. So cool to see. Most beaches you go to in the world will be crowded with recreational surfers, and beginner surfers learning how to surf, but it was so cool to see in India how it was really mostly dominated by a large amount of training athletes putting in a lot of time. As we see our surfer in white up and riding, going up for a huge float but comes unstuck. On the finish, we'll get a replay of that one. Here's our surfer in red now, up and riding into the pocket for a jam. Just misses surfer in white as he was paddling back. Let's see if the judges say anything about that. Good jam for a surfer in red. Last of white. Just a one with the incomplete ride. Waiting for, but even with just that one, he got into the lead. Now there's surfer in yellow. Big snap off the top, but unable to come back down the wave. And that snap being performed a little bit far ahead of the section. Power is contained within the pocket. What is the pocket of the wave? The pocket of the wave is the section of the wave right near to where it's going to be breaking. It's the development phase of the wave which really harnesses a big amount of energy, the most amount of energy, as it's about to offload that energy by breaking. Yeah. When it comes to wave anatomy, we have mainly 4 different phases in the breaking of a wave, in the lifespan of a wave. We have the building phase where you can see out back there's a wave which is slowly rising, slowly getting darker in color, slowly getting bigger in size, and now it gets darker and darker, and slowly it'll end up building that white top before breaking. And then our surfer in yellow is taking off right in the pocket, right next to where it broke, setting up a bottom turn, going up under the lip for a turn, but just losing the finish on that one.
चल भाई जब वेव एंड होता है तब स्लोली मूव करो okay.
So just coming back to wave anatomy, we have that building phase followed by the standing phase, which is right before it's gonna be breaking, and then the breaking phase is really where you see that white lip forming on the top of the wave and when it breaks. So right now it's breaking right there. Once it's broken, we call it white water. That's what we teach our beginners to surf on, to catch and ride all the way to the shore. But as soon as you want to go and start having a bit more fun, Going into the intermediates, that's when we go into the outside. Here's our surfer in red, belting together a couple of nice maneuvers. He'll be happy with that one. Our surfer in white now, streaming down the line, sets up the first carve. The wave builds up, snaps the second one, and he comes down unstuck on the finish. Surfer in yellow also catching a wave. Last of white a 2.23. Waiting for last of red. Was the better wave that he surfed in the heat so far. Really linking together multiple turns in the lip, in the pocket, in the critical section. So we have combination of major maneuvers. We have degree of difficulty and commitment to those sections. We have speed, power, and flow as he maintained flow and speed throughout those maneuvers. So let's see where the judges go with that score. Probably into the goods. Last of red coming in at a 5.37, just an average. So red in the lead, sitting on a 5.37 and a 3.30. In second, white with a 5.5 and a 2.23 only needs 3.17 points to take the lead from red. In fourth, yellow in fourth with a 2.83 and a 1.97, needing 4.991 to progress. So quite a big requirement. We have seen some powerful maneuvers from our surfer in yellow, Manikandan. So hoping to see him get some opportunities in the last 2 minutes of the heat to make it through to the next round. Also exciting to see whether there will be an exchange between our surfers in white and red, as our surfer in white is right behind our surfer in red, just needing 3.17 to take back the lead. Currently probably sitting in second priority though, so could be third. As we see our surfer in yellow there requesting time, pointing to his watch hand. Sign language is the way our surfers communicate to our commentators on the beach, our beach commentators. There's two type of commentary teams. You have the beach commentators giving information to the athletes in the water on the beach, to the onlookers on the beach, and then you have live commentary, which is bringing information to the people back home, to the people watching the YouTube, where we can get it into a little bit more technical detail into what's going on, as we're not stressing out the surfers in the water as they're carrying out their heat. So really important to have a calm and relaxing environment for our surfers in the water, as it's quite a high pressure situation to surf a heat. It's just like an exam. It feels just like an exam. When you go, you sit, you might have a blank out surfing. You might also go paddle out there, and you might suddenly stress out and not even know what surfing is anymore. But our surfers here showing that they do remember, that they are able to perform under pressure. As we see our surfer in red taking off on a nice looking peeler, hits that first section, comes unstuck though. Surfer in yellow looking for a score, looking for a 4, goes up into the lip and comes down with success. just needing a 4.91 to take the lead as this heat comes to an end. So waiting on scores for the last of yellow as our surfers come in from their heat. At the end of the heat, you can see these surfers are very well disciplined. They don't get up on their waves. Getting up on the wave can be very confusing for the judges in terms of who's the current heat, who's the previous heat, why are they getting up. So surfers really respect that and catch a wave in on their bellies, allowing all the focus to go to the surfers of the next heat. In the next heat, we have local boy Sivraj Babu, one of the two athletes that are going to make the trip to Japan to represent India. Um, I believe there's been some confusions with the selection. I'm not sure if it's fully confirmed yet. And we have another local boy, Ragul Panir Selvam in white, as well as Nitish Barun, another local boy. So three local boys. It's just gonna be a walk in the park for these guys. Just a nice free surf with an empty lineup. But we will see if we have any upsets. Surfer in red is not necessarily our most experienced surfer, just the one who's been pushing that level of progression here on the beach in Mahabalipuram. Um, we have Ragul Panir Selvam here, shaper, freediver, an acrobat, multi-talented individual riding this wave right here. Got a couple of barrels in the last few days, I'm sure. We have our surfer in yellow up and riding now, setting up two big turns out the back, riding out with success. So these surfers are competition smart. They know how to start a heat early. Surfer in white and yellow, really opting to catch the first few waves. And surfer in red already caught a wave even before we could catch up to the action in the water. So all of our surfers are really getting started nice and early.
Okay.
Probably the biggest score coming in for our surfer in yellow with two big turns in the lip.
Do it. Hana. Breakfast. What is that? Very good. Check under the
Just waiting on scores for the last of white and yellow as we have our surfer in red setting up the bottom turn, going up into the lip for the first one. A bit of overextension on that maneuver as he loses control. First of white coming in at a 2.83. Of yellow at 3.0. Second wave of red, a 1.13, so a couple incomplete rides for our surfer in red. Surfer in yellow taking advantage of that opportunity to get an early lead with a 3.0, two hacks in the lip, out the back on a bigger set wave.
Angle so that way down. Way down.
That score for our surfer in yellow has come a little bit lower than could be expected because it was an incomplete maneuver. The last maneuver is best maneuver of the wave. He did have a bit of loss of control and wasn't able to ride out. So the surfers really need to ride out for a good 3 seconds with the nose out in front of the whitewash with control to show that they've completed the maneuver for it to really count. So that one coming incomplete and reflecting in the score 3.0 would have probably gone up into the fours and fives if it wasn't for the fall at the end. With regards to the last of red, we saw a really beautiful deep bottom turn, bringing the surfboard super high into the pocket, vertical, as we see him riding again, carving the first section, going up into the lip for a snap, and he's out of there. He'll be happy with that ride. Carve to snap combo. As that one goes up into the goods. It comes in at a 6.0. Surfer in red, finding some rhythm, finding some momentum in their surfing, getting the board on rail, getting the fins into the lip, gaining some confidence after those first couple of falls, and you'll be out back again looking for another quality wave to score even higher than 6. We know he's able to do it. Surfers in yellow and white. We'll be waiting out back as we see our surfer in white for an angle takeoff, getting into the pit. Coming out, a little bit of a dirty exit. He goes into a snap. I told you he'd be looking for barrels. I know this guy, and he loves to get a little bit of cover. Let's see where the judges go with that. With regards to barrel riding, it is super important to get the criticality of the section is super important. It's gotta be a deep, hollow, critical section. You've got to disappear fully behind the curtain. You've got to come out quite cleanly. So this being a small, kind of feathery barrel, not quite big and hollow, it'd be hard to get a big score on it. But we'll see where the judges go with that. Looks like they're going for a 3.40, so still within the fair range, but not going up into the averages and the goods. We got 12 minutes to go. A couple of waves in the score line. A couple of scores in the. As we have our surfer in red with a nice high line, snapping the first one, hitting the oncoming section, pushing hard on the tail, and now driving for the finish as he comes out of there with control. Two snapping maneuvers in comparison to the carve to snap combo from our surfer in red. We'll see where the judges want to go with that one. It looks like it's coming in at a 3.90. So Surfer in red in the lead with a 6 and a throwaway 1.13. Surfer in yellow in second with a 3.9 and a 3.0. Surfer in white in third with 3.40 and 2.83. Still plenty of time on the clock, 10 minutes and 40 seconds to go. As we see the conditions slowing up a little bit, still some opportunities to be had. But surfers have to be a bit more patient, have to be a bit less selective, have to go for a little bit less convincing waves, a little bit less convincing opportunities to score on. Every wave is an opportunity to score on, and our surfers, as they select their waves, will be judging the quality of that opportunity. Does it permit them to score higher score than what they already have or not? And that's what they're looking for, to build on their scores, to start the heat quick and build on those scores until they have a solid set of scores under their belt. They can be secure and safe that they're passing through to the next heat, to the next round. Currently, we are in round one of the men's open division. Coming up next will be the juniors, 18 and under. It is 11 a.m. in Mahabalipuram. We are at the short temple venue, the Mahabs Point Break Challenge, the third stop on the national tour. Next stop will be in Kovalong, just 20 minutes up the road. Another beautiful surf spot, which is probably uncrowded today for all of you free surfers that want to go out and have Kovalong with less surfers in the water. It's a good opportunity because that spot gets super crowded, especially with lessons. We got a lot of surf schools up there in Kovalong, which love to conduct their lessons out in the point break, right where the wave is most critical. Sometimes results in some dangerous situations as well, some funny situations as well. As that wave is quite a fast runner in front of the rocks, and we see an opportunity up here, but no one on it. All right, Surfer in white takes off, just going for the one turn, but he's out of there. That looked like a good wave, but it did run a little too fast, which is why our surfers in red and yellow didn't go for that one. And we had our surfer in red there, carving the first section. And then as that wave drew out, there was a nice big face and a bit of a ramp. He threw the tail around for an air reverse, just losing control on the spin around. If you have any questions about surfing, about competition, about anything, you are more than welcome to post comments in the comment section of the YouTube live. We do have access to that right here. We can respond to questions. Don't be shy. Currently in the lead, our surfer in red with a 6 and a 1.13. He just backed that one up with a 3.50. It was just a single carving maneuver. As in second position, we have yellow Nitish Barun with a 3.9 and a 3.0. And in fourth, Ragul Panirselvam catching lots of waves, really trying to get that score up and higher. He needs a 3.51. It is achievable. He can progress to the next round. Just with that 3.5, there is, however, just 1 minute remaining, so he's going to have to do it in the next minute. Hoping, crossing his fingers, that the ocean will provide some opportunities. As he opts into this one, a section builds up and he goes up to hit it. Comes down with success, snapping a second one. Hits the third section in the pocket and up into the lip for the finish. Let's see him finish that one, and he does. He makes it. He was looking for a 3.51, and I believe that he has gotten the score he needs to progress to the next round. A buzzer beater, that's what we call it. 30, 25 seconds to go in the last minute of the heat. Really finding that opportunity under priority, jamming it in the pocket multiple times, hitting the lip, coming out with control. What a last minute effort from our surfer in white, Ragul Panirselvam. Looking for a 3.51 to progress to the next one, and it's a 5.33. We have a situation change as our surfer in white clinches second in the final moments of that heat, with the second highest ride of the heat so far. As we start round one, heat one of the juniors 18 and under in the water. We have Pradeep Pujar from the West Coast, Harus Mohideen, also West Coast, Shriman Arya from Pondicherry. Also 20 minutes heats. We have our surfer in white going for a high line, but just bailing out of that wave as it ran ahead of him. Surfer in white will go to third priority, just a 3-man heat here. As our surfers in red and yellow hold the open priority. Looks like a little wave coming through. Our surfer in red up and riding, setting up the bottom turn, going up into the lip, just gets taken down on the finish. As we have our surfer in red now, white now, up and riding, just going down the line, and that white water pushing him off the wave. Surfer in yellow now, catching their first wave. High line to start, trying to get past this section, but just not able to generate enough speed to get onto the open face. Here's the replay from our surfer in yellow, getting into the high line for speed, but then just getting stuck at the bottom of that wave. Not able to use the mechanical energy stored in their body, in their compression, to really drive energy forward and get a lot of speed. "16 minutes, 20 seconds remaining." We're seeing a little bit of a change of angle in that wind. See some wind coming from the south there. It's 11:15. This is around when we might have some shifts in the wind conditions, but it'll still persist with that offshore around 12:30, perhaps 1 o'clock, and the waves will still remain pretty good in terms of quality, even through the onshore conditions. But we have really seen a change, a shift in the energy of the waves as we got past that high tide mark. That high tide mark really um, built, marking the end of the rising tide. The rising tide being the moment when the ocean is pushing in that energy to the shore, really creating more opportunities for our surfers to score. got 13 minutes and, well, 13 minutes to go. As you can see, a little bit of a slow pace here. Just 4 waves ridden in the first opening 8 minutes of the heat. We saw our surfer in red have an attempt on their backhand. He's been sharpening that backhand attack on these waves for the past few weeks and is eager, I'm sure, to have an opportunity to show all the work he's been putting in. Same for our surfer in white as well, putting a lot of practice here, I believe. Surfer in yellow still needing to go to school, not having as much time as our other surfers to spend on this beach break, on this point break, but having a nice spot back home on which to practice in Pondicherry. I'm also from Pondicherry, made my way there from there last night. We also had some solid conditions in the past days. Lots of barrels on offer, lots of long rides, different sections to hit. Surfer in red, up and riding with the backhand attack, goes up into the lip, just loses a bit of speed on his way up. Still riding out with success, so he'll have a score. We'll see where the judges go with that. Here's a replay. The last of red. Takeoff, looks like a bumpy section. He goes up, not quite able to make it all the way into the lip, but does redirect his surfboard, and that one goes up into the threes. You can see a change of scale. Whenever we change categories, we also change scale. A 3 will be a different score if it's in the men's open category versus the juniors 18 and under, right? Depending on the level of surfing, the judges adjust the scale. So here, the juniors having a little bit less experience will be rewarded with higher scores, even though they're doing a little bit less on the waves than in the previous heat. So this wave going up into the threes, even though we didn't really see the surfer in red going really nice, critical into the lip. What that does is it really allows for our judges to separate all the scores. As we can see, we have 0.9, 0.4s, 1.5s. So the judges need enough space in their categories, in their folders, to be able to slot in all the waves that are going to be coming through. And if there's going to be a lot of rides in those 2s, 3s, 4s, they're going to have to bump up that scale to make sure they have enough space to put all those waves. And here's our surfer in red, just going down the line, looking for a section to stand up. He's not quite able to find his way all the way up into the lip. Now he does, just coming unstuck on the end. That's a replay for the surfer in yellow, carves the first section. This one quite slow, as you can see it has 2-3 double ups ahead of it. So double ups or waves that come ahead are really important when it comes to the quality of the waves. The best waves are going to be those that have clean surfaces for 10 to 15 seconds before the wave arrives. Here's a clean looking wave for our surfer in red. Sets up his first turn, carves back on the second one, trying to complete that one. A little bit of frustration there as he That one goes incomplete. As we see a bigger set wave dumping across that elephant rock. Here's the replay for a surfer in red, getting up into the lip, just losing a bit of speed on his way up from the bottom turn. Speed super critical when it comes to performing maneuvers. How is speed generated? Speed is generated whenever you put the board on rail. That's one of the primary factors. Here's our surfer in white, carving on that end section, just losing the finish. So speed is really generated when you're able to put the board on rail. Whenever you put the board on rail, you are reducing the amount of surface area touching the water, therefore allowing it to go faster down the line that it's traveling in. Whenever your board is flat, or even worse, if you're putting a lot of weight on that back foot, installing on that back foot, there you'll be losing more speed as you'll be creating more resistance for the water to push against. So really important in those bottom turns, in the carves, through the cutbacks, really to put that board on edge, on rail, to be driving and creating speed throughout the maneuvers, as speed, power, and flow is really one of the key criteria in judging, but also speed is the currency in surfing. The more speed you have, the richer you are, the more opportunities you have to perform maneuvers. As we see a beautiful wave streaming through our surfer in red, up and riding, generating some speed down the line, stalling. That one looks like it wants to run away from him. Last thread is 097. We have 4 minutes and 22 seconds to go. Surfer in yellow now drifting into this one, but opts out, as it looked like it was kind of streaming down the line fast. Yes, it was, but there was still some open face on it. Still some opportunity to score. As we see the tide drawing out a little bit, also conditions might be getting a little tougher for our surfers to keep up with those sections that are really dumping in front. Alright, we have opened up the comment section in the YouTube. So this is an avenue for us to interact with you, for you to ask questions and gain deeper understanding about the sport, about surfing, about what's going on your screens, in the water, under the surfer's feet. I'm Percival here with the team, the media team from Surfers of India, that you can check out on YouTube as well, on Instagram and YouTube as well. Bringing lots of fresh footage from the shores, from the breaks, to the people all around India to showcase what's going on in the surfing scene. We got a question in the YouTube: how long is the competition and when is the finals? This competition is a 3-day long event. Today is day 1. We're starting with round 1, and as we go through the event, we'll go through different rounds and quarterfinals, semis, and finals. All the finals, mostly semifinals and finals, will be on the finals day on Saturday, the 1st of August. And we have our surfer in red, up and riding, setting up his bottom turn, going up into the lip, and just losing the finish on that one. Again, a little bit of lack of speed on that top turn. Such a critical factor to have a lot of speed, as much speed as you can as you come up towards that lip. Surfer in white now, up and riding. Just trying to get ahead of that section, but gets out of there as it comes too close to the rock. Last of red, a 1.33. Last of white as well, a 0.73. Red up and riding now down the line, setting up the bottom turn. Now he has a lot of speed. He goes up into the lip, just losing the finish. As we have yellow on a maneuver, riding out with control. He touched the lip and came out of that one. He'll be happy with that ride. This is the replay of our surfer in red. Here's our surfer in white, just going into a high line, hitting that oncoming section, bringing to you multiple angles for this heat. And we have the end of the heat. As we're just watching that replay from our surfer in white with 2 turns. Jam in the pocket. He was happy with that one. Last of red, a 3.17. So red with two 3.17s, yellow in second with a 3.6. Sorry, blue and white in second with a 3.6 and 1.17. Just a last minute wave with those 2 turns got him through. Yellow in third with a 2.43 and a 1.67. We are into round 1, heat 2 of the 18 and under juniors. It is 11:30 a.m. as we have those funky switcheroo wind conditions. So usually what happens is we'll have a bit of a switch in the wind, a little bit more wind from the south, and then suddenly the offshore will blast off again at full speed for about half an hour, 45 minutes before it turns back to the on and the side onshore, messing up the conditions a bit. But yesterday or 2 days ago in the water, even after the wind conditions turned around, still got some really amazing waves. Sometimes that onshore, especially when it's light and when it's just shifted around, it's not too bad because it doesn't have that much time to build big ripples coming into the lineup, um, and it can create some really nice crumbly sections to hit. Um, so as a surfer, you're always looking for that lip, looking for that section to hit, and the more when it just turns onshore, it creates a little bit, as you can see there, a little bit more white water on the lips. So it breaks the waves slightly prematurely, allowing surfers to get up into the lip, even though on an offshore, in offshore conditions, there wouldn't really be anything to hit over there. 17 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Looks like a few more opportunities here for our surfers in the water. All getting a heat opener here. Our surfer in yellow up and riding. Looking to set up a bottom turn. Goes up high on the wave, just not having enough speed to come back down. That's where I always talk about speed being the currency. We saw our surfer there pushing really hard on the back foot, which is good to be able to turn, but you also can lose a lot of energy, a lot of speed going forward, which can limit you to come back down the wave for the finish. Still, he'll be happy with a ride under his belt. Looking to improve on a 1 and a 0.5, he'll definitely get that. As our surfer in white rides out with control. And our surfer in red also finishing his wave. It'd be good to see the start of those rides. Last of white, a 4.03. Waiting on last of red. Last of yellow did come in at a 1.03. Slightly improving their situation. As we are here tuning in live from YouTube, we are at the Point Break Challenge in Mahabalipuram. This is the 2026 National Series. We are stationed at Hotel Seabreeze in Mahabs with a perfect view onto the surf point, the Point Break, where all the magic happens. Our surfer in blue up and riding. That one just takes him down. This is a warm-up run for everyone who's going to be participating in the qualification series event. There will be an international qualification series event on the 12th of August at the very same venue, where we'll be hosting surfers from all over Asia to come and compete, to score points towards the qualification, to climb up the qualification ladder of competitive international surfing, which goes from lower point QS events up to higher point QS events, finally onto the Challenger Series, where they challenge each other to qualify for the Championship Tour, where the top 30 surfers in the world battle it out against each other across the best waves in the world. Right now in the water, Harish P in red, Somseti in white, M Manjanath Naik in yellow, and Ramana in blue. Last of red, a 6.33. With 5 minutes to go, our surfer in red taking a bit more forward position in the heat. Surfer in white following close behind with a 4.03 and a 3.60, needing 6.8 to take the lead. It isn't impossible. We've seen him scoring bigger. Here he is, setting up a big carving maneuver to start. Looks like it'll just be that one maneuver. But that was our surfer in white, reaching for that 6-point ride. He needs to take the lead. With 4s and 3s under his belt, he's really going to be looking for those waves to give him opportunities to score into the goods. That's what he tried right here in front of us as he reached up for a big carving maneuver in the critical section. Rode out with control, just a single maneuver. As that offshore wind is picking up quite severely. Let's see what it does in the next few hours as our surfer in blue is up and riding here. Bit of a strange section, not much energy, but he still manages to hit the oncoming bit. Last of white at 3.83. In the lead, our surfer in red with a 6.33 and a 4.5. In second, surfer in white with a 4.03 and a 3.83. In third, our surfer in yellow, Manjunath Naik with a 1.03 and a 1.0. And in fourth, our surfer in blue, Ramana, with a 1.1 and a 0.20. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. We're looking for some last minute opportunities here for our surfers in yellow and blue to progress to the next rounds. Yellow needs a 6.83 and blue needs a 6.76. Quite big numbers to reach for. Our surfer in white also in second position, needing 8.8 to take the lead, as the last of red comes in at a 6.50. That boosts up the requirement for our surfer in white to an 8.8. That is quite a big number, although our still is off achieving those numbers, especially since we've seen some pretty good lines come through. But red is up and riding once again on the end section, carving the first section. Just the one maneuver for surfer in red. I think a wave to make his way back onto the beach. Just 20 seconds to go. Seconds remaining. Will anyone have a shot to change the situation? As we have the countdown. Surfer in yellow paddles for one, but doesn't quite get into it. That's the end of the heat. Congratulations to our surfers in red and white for making it through to the next round. As we have round one heat 3 of the juniors 18 and unders beginning in the next moments with Prahlad Sriram in red, Rajasresh Pujar in white, Balaji M in yellow, and Jivi Lingesh in blue. That's the start of the heat. 17 minutes and 45 seconds to go. We have two waves ridden, two fours from Raju Suresh Pujar and Balaji M. Circles in white and yellow. Nice looking wave there for a surfer in red. As he carved that section, looking to check out the replay on that one. As we saw a little bit of a funky moment in the wind, but now the waves are looking super clean as the high tide has drawn out. We need the camera on our surfer in white. Last of white at 2.17, last of red at 1.17. That incomplete carve. 15 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Lots of opportunities. As we see, the ocean is rhythming up a little bit. The offshore is settling in. After that 11 o'clock switcheroo, we have another half hour, another hour for some good wind conditions. As the tide draws out a little bit also, the waves a bit more clean. We're still learning, still setting up the whole live set up. As we have our surfer in blue here on that front angle, getting up into the lip, and he's out of there. That's GV Lingesh, local boy. Just needs a 1.18 and he gets a 1.87. Just under 14 minutes to go. "13 minutes and 30 seconds to go." Just an up and down for a surfer in yellow. We've seen quite a few opportunities here at the start of the heat. Just a lot of incomplete rides so far. Our surfer's not really finding the rhythm with the ocean, but still plenty of time on the clock. 13 minutes to go In the lead, our surfer in white, Raju Suresh Pujar with a 217 and a 043. In second, GV Lingesh with a 187, waiting for a backup score. In third, Prahlad Sriram in red with a 117, that incomplete carve. And in fourth, surfer in yellow with 204s. As I feel the wind stilling out a little bit, shifting up, we might have a change in winds. I can smell the ocean, I can feel the cooler breeze. We might have a shifting conditions. Right now, as it speaks, watch the surface of the ocean. You see those ripples slowly forming up as the wind is slowly shifting. It really happens in a split second, from 1 second to the next. 1 second it'll be blowing from the west to the east, the other second it's blowing from the east to the west. In this case, coming from the ocean. Just watch as it changes the conditions in front of us. We're gonna have waves breaking a little more prematurely, and we're gonna have a bit more ripples on the surface. As we see a big set out back, on which we need the cameras for Mr. in red, up and riding. Big carve to start with. Setting up the second turn, snaps it in the pocket, rides out with control, and looks to hit that oncoming section. He does. Will he ride out with control? And he does. That'll be a good score for our surfer in red. Surfer in white now up and riding, carving back into the pocket. As we have the replay for red. And we missed the last part of our wave from white. Ten minutes and 30 seconds to go. Waiting on some scores in the last exchange. The judges have been super fast in delivering scores. Might have been that course giving a bit of refresher, giving a bit more confidence. Judges really being lightning fast on the scores. Waiting for a good ride from our surfer in red. With just 10 minutes to go, he'll be happy to have caught that in the first 10 minutes. Maybe looking to improve on that score. Currently in the lead, surfer in white, Raju Suresh Pujar with a 2 and a 0-4. Really looking in the second half of the heat for a backup score. When it comes to competitive surfing, there's many different things you can do. You can choose strategies based on where you're gonna position yourself, what kind of waves you're gonna look for, whether you're gonna wait for good quality waves or just fire and shoot at any wave that comes through, or are you gonna look for medium waves? You can also choose to play tactics. You can choose to put pressure on your other contestants by pushing them deeper on the point, selling them on waves, so convincing them that a wave is good to catch when actually there might be a better one behind for you to take. In this way they would lose priority and you would gain priority. As a surfer in yellow, up and riding on this one, trying to get ahead of the section, trying to get onto the open face, just not enough speed. Last of white, a 4.40. Last of red, a 4.33. 8 minutes on the clock. We're seeing some more substantial scores in the scoreline. White still in the lead with a 4.4 and a 2.17. Red following close behind with a 4.33 and a 1.17. Just needing 2.25 to take back the lead. In blue, GV Lengesh in third with 1.87, needing 3.64 to progress. The heat is still wide open. Anyone can take any position. Surfer in yellow in fourth with needing 0.6. A little bit harder not to achieve. Surfer in red, carved first section. Have a sleepy section. Let's see what they're able to do with it as it stands up, carving it back. Will there be a lip to hit? That one just running out of power, running out of juice. They may still improve on their situation. The backup for 117. There's a surfer in blue, up and riding, driving down the line with lots of speed. Looking to get up into the lip. Not able to change the angle of his surfboard to make it go up the wave for a maneuver. Still managing to get some nice speed flow in though. Last of red, a 4.57. Now red taking the lead with 2-4 mid fours. White in second needing a 4.51 now to take back the lead. Still plenty of time on the clock. 5 minutes to go. The 5 last minutes are a little bit tense. It is the back end of the heat. We call it that closing period of the heat where our surfer in the lead will usually try to take a dominant position when it comes to priority and try to block the other surfers or the surfer that has the highest likelihood of taking the lead from them and getting any opportunities. If they're in a below priority situation, under priority situation, they might also try to sell the surfer with higher priority onto waves of less quality. It does become a game of tactics. It is a game after all. So everything that happens in the water must stay in the water, as we have our surfer in white, up and riding, going for the high line, but just going down his outside rail catching. So that might have been a moment in which our surfer in white will be regretting, losing priority, not being able to reach for a score that would take him back into the lead. Now our surfer in, leaving it open for a surfer in red to have gained priority, but our surfer in red didn't take that opportunity, didn't paddle all the way to the point, didn't claim priority, so our surfer in white still has a chance in the remaining 3 minutes of this heat. There are some lines coming through the lineup. A lot of them are going down pretty fast, but still some opportunities, still some good sections to hit on there. For everyone tuning in live, just a little bit for a reminder. Here's a surfer in yellow, going for a cutback, just losing a bit of control on that one. Getting back onto the open face though, gaining back control, pumping down the line, setting his board on rail, and going for a backflip. Just a bit of a reminder of what the judges are looking for and how this whole competition works. It's a round and heats based competition. Surfers surf against a limited number of surfers, usually 2 to 5 in heats. All of those heats make up a round. So in the men's open, we had 12 heats. The top two surfers of each heat go through to the next round, therefore eliminating just half of the entrants per round. It is an elimination round based event, so every round is eliminatory. Judges score every wave on a scale from 0 to 10. The scale acts as a folder in which to categorize each wave in order of quality. The folder has 5 sections, 5 ranges from excellent to poor. As we see our surfer in red, driving down the line, just getting a bit caught up in that lip, that offshore wind. By the way, we had a bit of a switcheroo there. The wind did turn on, but now it's off again. So we're having some switches. It's that moment of the day as our heat comes to an end. With our surfer in white having a chance. 2 cutbacks, just incomplete on the last one. Surfer in blue up and riding, putting his board on rail, just a bit too much pressure on the back foot as that one races away from him. Surfer in white carving back into the pocket. Looks like there's a nice peek out back. Just hitting that section. The heat is underway. 17 minutes to go. That was the second ride for Surfer in white. Last of white, a 4.50 for white in the lead now. Red up and riding, driving down the line, high line, sets up the bottom turn, carves the first section, just loses it on the finish. Not sure if that one will be considered complete or not. We'll have to leave it to the judges for that. Conditions still beautiful, still glassy. We have our surfer in white up and riding, going up into the lip. Just a little bit awkward on the lip section, and he's out of there. Surfer in white in the lead with 2 waves, starting the heat early. Surfer in red coming up behind, the 167. Surfer in blue up third, and Surfer in yellow looking for their opening ride. Surfer in white up and riding, driving down the line. There's a big section in front of them that boosts them off the wave. Situation in the water. Surfer in white in the lead with a 4-5 and a 1-3-3. And 2 throwaway scores, looking for a wave to build scores on. Let's see if he can find one. Surfer in red in second with a 1-6-7 and a 0-8-3. Needing a 4.17 to take the lead. Surfer in blue, just with the 0.97, needs 1.54 only to progress though. Still wide open on that heat with 12, around just under 12 minutes to go. Conditions still are clean. Tide is drawing out a bit. Waves are going a bit faster, but still plenty of opportunities for at least one maneuver wave, maybe even 2 or 3. We've seen the scores go up into the 4s already in this heat. Nice looking wave peeling through the lineup with no one on it. So we know those opportunities still are there. It's just about being in the right place at the right time. Surfer in blue up and riding right behind the rock. We are here at the Mahabs Point Break Challenge. Bringing to you live commentary. We've got quite a solid setup here. 2 judge booths. One for the panel, one for the shadow judges. Live commentary on YouTube. We got a setup for our athletes with a tent on the beach, a tent on the grass, where they can do their warm up, prepare for their heats. Surfer in white now up and riding, driving down the bottom of the wave, looking to get past this section. That one goes fast and he wipes out right in front of the rock. Hopefully with enough separation between the rock and him. Looks safe, looks good. Surfer in red having a look at this one. Popping up, getting into the midline, carving that first wave, cutting it back all the way into the foam. Now looking for another opportunity to score. Another cutback. Rides out with success. Let's see if there's anything on the inside, and that one runs away. 2 cutbacks. As our surfer in blue went for a drawn out layback carve. Just incomplete on the finish, but a good attempt nonetheless. Last of white is 0-9. Still some incomplete waves. Looking really to improve on those scores as we see our surfer in blue. The bottom left corner, getting around the rock from the inside, letting the current take him around rather than fighting across. Situation in the water with 8 minutes 30 seconds to go, still the same. Surfer in white, Sheikh Dawood in the lead with a 4-5 and a 1-3-3. Yogesh in red in second. Now's our surfer in white up and riding. Let's have a look at that wave. Yogesh in red in second position, sitting on a 3-6-7 and a 1-6-7. Surfer in blue, coming up with a 2.33 on their last wave. Last of white, a 3, 3. We are entering the closing period of this heat with only 5 minutes to go. Let's see if our surfers in red and blue will find some opportunities to take the lead for red and progress into second for blue. As we have our surfers of the last heat walking out onto the beach, getting ready for their heat. 5-minute mark. Moment where they can paddle in for their heat. As we have our surfer in red now, looking for an opportunity. Needs a 4.17. Gets some air under the board, but unable to find the wave again. That one will be an incomplete. Adding. That one hollowed out steep. Two minutes and 40 seconds to go. White now, paddling into this one. Looks like there's a line in front of him. Let's see if he gets ahead of the section. Draws out that first carve. second one as well. Just a little bit of a doubt on the completion of that one, as he had to lie down to get back into the wave. As we saw, the surfer in red up and riding past the Elephant Rock, getting up above the lip even. Can he ride out with control? It looks like he might not. Let's see what the judges think of that. Last of a white, a zero, a throwaway score. Let's see if he builds on that one. He's caught a lot of waves. He's caught 8 waves so far. Last of white comes in at a 2.8. Last of red at 3.57. Red following close behind, just needing 4.17 to take the lead. With 2 mid threes. White having a 4-5 and a mid 3. Just 30 seconds remaining. Not much opportunities to be had. Just 5 seconds. It looks like that'll be it. Surfers in white and red getting through to the next round. You see our surfer in blue there. Really strong attempt with that drawn out backhand carve. Expecting lots of things from the years ahead from this surfer here who's only been surfing for a single year. Very impressive what he's able to do. In the water now is round 1 heat 5 for the juniors 18 and under, with Ty Narun in red, Sanku Karthik in white, Kishore Kumar in yellow. This is a stacked heat, my friends. As we see our surfer in yellow with the backhand attack straight up into the lip for 2 turns, combining it up. First big snap off the lip, second one lip line finish re-entry. We'll have a replay of that one. As you see, our surfer in yellow, Kishore Kumar, also the king of the Opens division, driving down the line, high line to start, sets up the first turn straight up for a big drawn out carve, and then hits that oncoming section super hard, super critical, comes out with the finish. That one definitely gonna go up into the excellent range, and it does. A 9.33, the highest scoring ride of the day so far, as our surfer in red is now up and riding as well, driving down the line, looking for that section to hit, still driving down the line, getting up into the lip now and just digging that nose on the finish of that maneuver. Surfer in white just up and out. Let's have a look at this one from red. Driving down around that first section, finding his rhythm on that second one, getting up into the lip, just a little off on that top turn. Surfer in yellow taking the lead with a 9.33. Surfer in red coming up second with a 1.5. Surfer in white in third with a 1.0. There are plenty of opportunities, as we've seen. Our surfer in yellow finding that one middle of the bay under priority, in the sense that he was not at the primary takeoff zone. He wasn't the deepest on the wave, but still found that opportunity. Went straight up into the lip for a big, drawn out snap carve. So the reason I call it not exactly a snap, not exactly an off the lip. Yes, it was in the lip, but that turn did have quite a radius. So it was a carve in a off the lip section, which is quite a critical thing to do. That second one, however, he hit the lip direct straight on. You could see the impact of that in his legs as he came down for the landing. Judges liking that very much. We talked about degree of difficulty and commitment, especially on that last section. That is commitment. Yeah, going straight into a thick oncoming lip like that. We talked about the shape of the lip, the thickness of the lip, how much power it has. Yeah, the thicker it is, the more water is coming down on you from the top of the wave. It has more power. Surfer in red up and riding, driving with lots of speed, setting up the bottom turn, carving that first section, just pushing a little too hard on the back and losing the fins. Last of red will be an incomplete ride, just a 157. Second opportunity out back here. Surfers in yellow and white decide to leave that one go. So it really doubles up on the inside. Runs away real fast. Surfer in yellow up and riding again. Driving down the line, sets up the bottom turn, goes into the air, spins, big rotation, fins to the beach, lands in the middle of the wave towards the bottom, towards the flats. Difficult landing to control, yeah, very difficult landing to control. But you could tell his intention from the start was to fly. With that wave running far down the line. Surfer in white now up and riding. First snap in the pocket. Pushes hard on that one. Second one as well. Just incomplete on that maneuver. We'll definitely go into the fairs. And it does. A 2.50 takes him into second position. Red in third now, needing a 194. Last of yellow, 177. So even though it was a big air attempt, it was just an attempt. It wasn't a make. And judges are very clear. They score achieved maneuvers. Here's our surfer in red going up into the lip for the first maneuver, seeing a tick-tock as he comes down from that turn with success. Beautiful wave out the back. Reeling through the lineup. Just the one turn for a surfer in red, but he'll be happy to have a turn under his belt. That one will probably go up into the higher fares, maybe even the averages. Surfer in yellow now. Beautiful setup for a fin blast reverse. Just not quite able to re-enter the wave as much. 3.5 for last of red. bumps him up into second position. Just a 1.17 for the fin blast from our surfer in yellow. Twelve minutes and 10 seconds to go. Water.
Want something else? Maybe Coca-Cola.
Sure.
Okay.
Surfer in white, up and riding now. Driving down the line, some nice speed flow here. Goes up on top of the lip for a float. Does make it out with success. And now looking for some opportunities behind the rock to score. You can see our surfer in white just a little far forward on the board. It's difficult to turn, difficult to control the board with that much pressure on the front foot. The spot where the surfers put their kick pad at the back of the tail is really a wonderful spot when it comes to turning. When it comes to generating speed, it's great to have a shuffle forward, to have a lot of weight on the front foot, but as soon as you want to turn, you want to step that bit back to be able to engage those fins into the water. They are the primary mechanism of rotation, of maneuverability of the surfboard.
I ordered watermelon juice. No, this is not water.
Ice.
Yeah, this is ice.
Just getting our refreshments. It is a hot day, the sun is out. 10 minutes to go. Surfer in yellow, still in the lead with a 933 and a 177. Looks like our surfer in yellow is just looking to have some fun. Just the 1.9 is enough for him to get through the round. Here he is up and riding again. Carving that first section, that one doubles up and stands up, goes straight up into the pocket, releases the tail. Just incomplete on that finish. You can see just how critical our surfer in yellow is going. Just how comfortable he is on the wave and just how tight he wants to go with his lines. See him here as he takes off. And the one behind is the replay. And straight, drawn out for a cutback as he saw that double up now. Setting it up, bottom turn right behind the section, releasing that tail out back. Just digging that inside rail as he comes down from the vertical fin blast. A 273 nonetheless for the cutback to the double up. He will improve his situation a slight bit. 8 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Last of Red at 267, consolidating their second position, but needing an 857 if they want to reach for the lead. Surfer in white in third with a 3 and a 2.5. That last one with the floater coming in with it at a 3. Seven minutes and 50 seconds to go. in this Heat 5 of the first round of the juniors 18 and unders. Conditions are still pumping. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of free surfers jumping out back after the end of this heat. I believe this will be one of the last heats. We might still be running the quarterfinals for the juniors 14 and under coming up next. There'll be 3 heats. We'll see if we'll be running those. That is the paddle out call with 6 minutes and 50 seconds for the juniors 14 and under men's, boys, let's call it. Quarterfinal Heat 1, so we're starting straight away in quarterfinals because we have less entrants in that category. Sheikh Davud, who just surfed in the 18 and unders against Kevin Jonathan and Ramana. Kevin Jonathan, the winner of the 12 and under at the Grand Patrol, if I remember correctly. Six minutes on the clock. Let's see if our surfer in yellow can showcase some more surfing. He waits out back, probably with some priority. I'm not sure what the priority situation is. It might be red or yellow. There is a good wave out here. Yellow is having a look. Yellow is going. Looks like red might have priority, but red lets yellow go. White up into the lip, smacking that one nice and safe. Pushing the fins out off the oncoming section for the finish. So surfer in red now takes off, driving down the line real fast, setting up that first carve. And that one stands up again. Another drawn out carve. This one doubles up, jams it a little bit horizontal in the puck, and comes out of that one. It'll be a good ride for our surfer in red. It'll be another excellent ride for our surfer in yellow. The question is, will it be higher or lower than the previous one? That first maneuver a little bit more conservative, but still super critical in the lip. Slight bit better quality than the previous wave, so I believe it'll go higher. And the finishing maneuver really dumped out those fins out back, out of the lip. He's getting really good at that, releasing the fins out the back. So looking forward to last of yellow, which I believe will go into the 9.5s or higher. We'll see. Oh, I was wrong. It came down to an 8.17. Judges maybe seeing a little bit of a smaller wave there. And our surfer in red, that first section maybe a little bit less critical. So the criticality of those sections super important when it comes to the quality of maneuver, as we talk about the judging criteria with commitment and degree of difficulty. There was a bit less commitment on that first maneuver, as it was a bit softer of a maneuver. On a bit smaller of a wave. And that second, here we have a replay, I believe. So we'll see the wave from our surfer in yellow. We can see it's a little bit smaller. It's got a bit of a dirty section. He goes up into the lip, throws it nicely, but sinks a little bit. That second maneuver really throwing that tail behind. But that lip that he hit on the first 9.33 was really much heavier, much more critical. The judges really liking that hard hit. Surfer in white now, setting up that bottom turn, just not getting enough compression off the bottom to really drive into the face, into the lip. Surfer in yellow up and running again, fading the high line, waiting for this one to stand up. He's looking for a punt, just goes for the floater. Rides out with control. Surfer, this is the replay from our Surfer in yellow. He was looking for this wave to really stand up, get a lot of speed. That could have been a good punt section, but it just hollowed out a bit too much, so he went for the float. Right up and riding now. It's a bit crumbly. Get past the first section, and he's out of there. Just 20 seconds remaining in this heat. It was quite exciting to see some aggressive surfing from our surfer. Well, some excellent surfing from our surfer in yellow with that 933 and the 817, as well as some attempts at progressive surfing with the fin blast reverse and the air reverse. Big air reverse, lots of height, lots of air under the board on that one. So exciting to soon see him land those. A lot of projection towards the beach, maybe too much, but to me it looks like he's drilling it a little bit. It's really important on airs to be able to generate speed, generate projection towards the shore. But once you've created the ability to do that, you can dial it back a little bit to make sure you have a good landing on the coping, on the lip. The best landing spot for airs is on a crumbly lip on the top of the wave, allowing you to softly re-enter. In the water right now is quarterfinal heat 1 for the 14 and under juniors boys. In the water is Sheikh Dawood in red, Kevin Jonathan in white, and Ramana in yellow. We're going to be seeing a change in scale here with the 14 and unders. Going to be seeing higher scores coming in for the same quality of surfing as we see our surfer in red here, who surfed 2 heats ago. A couple of carves. Surfer in yellow now, up and riding. Just losing it on the entry. Waiting for the first scores of red and yellow. couple of bigger waves reeling through the outside. None of our surfers on them. We are shifting towards a lower tide. Water is drilling out as we see our surfer in white driving a couple of turns off the top there. And he's out of there. That'll be a good ride for our surfer in white. He's going to be happy with that. You see where it'll go in comparison to the last of red with the slower carves, slower yet fuller maneuvers versus these faster, tighter maneuvers. Let's see where it goes. Last of red a 5.33, last of yellow a 0.73, last of white a 3.5. We are so high tide at 9:30 was we had 1.3 meter of tide. Now it's gone down to a mid-low tide at 0.65 meters of water. So the tide is draining out quite a bit. We are seeing big, thick walls, but also lots of sections and closeouts. Here's our surfer in red again, looking for a backup score. He knows he can get it. He got a 5 on his previous ride on a similar wave. So he's looking for another mid-range score before he's going to start building on those. Question is, does it come higher or lower than the previous one? Probably just under. Here's the replay with the takeoff. Going straight into a maneuver. No downtime. Second section, a bit of a check turn. Third one really brings it back. Pushes the tail forward. And kind of losing control on the fourth. Third. 16 minutes, just under 16 minutes to go. Last of red coming in at a 6.17. He is building on his scores. That is really the skill you want to build for competitive surfing, is be able to start pretty soon, be able to build on your scores as you go through the heat, every wave you catch. And if you follow that formula, you will likely come out on top. 15 minutes to go. Judges really liking when our surfers get straight into action with no downtime at the start of the wave. Our surfer in red there just going straight into action with the first carve, then driving down the way, down the line, and pushing hard on that second maneuver, really getting that tail to come back around. Here's our surfer in white, up and riding. Goes for high line, gets lots of speed, and he's out of there. Doesn't want to have anything to do with that rock, and he's absolutely right. Just on the technical side of things, we're seeing some promising aspects in the surfing from surfer in white Kevin Jonathan. He's really able to get that board nice and high on the high lines to generate lots of speed. If you see from our surfer in yellow from the previous heat, also really able to do that. He has that pattern dialed in where he will be taking off, going straight into a high line, getting lots of speed, and then coming down to set up a solid top turn. So we're seeing that pattern come again in our surfer in white, Kevin Jonathan. Here's our surfer in red now, driving down the line. Up into the lip for the first one. Second turn also in the lip. Third one just pushing that tail a bit too far out and entering the maneuver really from a horizontal direction. It's very hard to finish those kind of maneuvers. Here's the replay from our surfer in red. Just with the speed generation, keeping it quite low, keeping those lines quite horizontal, making it a little bit harder to attack the sections for the turns. Really important to go deeper into the bottom turns to set up the top turns better. Let's see where the judges go. It'll be the first two maneuvers. The first one, quite a solid maneuver in the lip. The second one, a bit of a check turn, not much change in angle. Comes under his two previous rides, a 493. Surfer in yellow, up and riding right at the bottom of the wave, keeping pace with the open face, but not quite getting a maneuver in. So just something to do with speed generation is you can divide the wave into three sections, top, mid, bottom. The higher you go in the wave, the more energy there is. So our surfer in white really able to get high into that first part of the wave to generate lots of speed. All of his waves really holding lots of speed through them. Surfer in red was able to go a little bit deeper. Once you're able to generate speed, you actually want to take off a little bit of speed, wipe off a little bit of speed to stay in the pocket, stay in the critical section. Go deeper down into your bottom turns to be able to change your angle and come straight up for some more critical top turns in the pocket, in the critical section. Last of Well, I'll just go through the situation. We have our surfer in red, Sheikh Dawood, in first position with a 617 and a 533. In second, Kevin Jonathan with a 35 and a 217, needing 8 points to take the lead. In third, Ramana with a 2 and a 073, needing just a 367 to progress. As we see the surfers of the next heat, super cute, walking down the line towards the point where they'll be paddling out from. 9 minutes and 50 seconds to go. They still have time for some beach observations, some warm up. That's the future generation, people. Surfers that will be representing India on the international circuits in the years to come. Here's our surfer in yellow, driving down the line, getting some good speed, just that wave sectioning out a little bit. He reaches for the section, but not quite able to get a nice hit on it. Surfer in red, projecting out from the lip, just unsuccessful on the finish. You can see in his body language, he's looking for some ramps. Surfer in white, up into the lip for the first one. That one just takes him down. Just a little bit too much on the back foot on that turn. So we're seeing our surfer in white being able to generate lots of speed, but he'll now need to start changing those angles, need to start getting deeper into bottoms, reaching higher up to come and hit the lip more vertical. It's actually easier to form a snap when you're approaching the lip at a more vertical angle than if you're more horizontal. As we see our surfer in yellow paddling back out, the tide really draining out as we can see him in lower than hip high water all the way out at the rocks, knee height water even. 7 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Situation still the same. Surfer in red in the lead, surfer in white in second, surfer in yellow in third. Yellow only needing 3.5 to progress. White needing an 8 to take the lead. There's our surfer in red. Just losing it on the finish there. Set up a good turn on the first maneuver, just the second maneuver not compressing as much on the finish, not going down with his board, and that one taking him down. Very important to shift the vision. Your eyes are constantly the thing that is leading you throughout your surfing. When you're going for your bottom turn, you gotta look down to really go down the wave together with the board, press at the bottom. Then, once you're down there, is the moment to look up, rotate, and reach up to the top of the wave. We're seeing a view on the judging booth here with our panel judges, Samai with his pink cap, and a few others which I couldn't recognize from the distance. We got Lee. We got Rory as the head judge. We got Shamant as well on the panel. Nawaz, event director. And we got priority board up and running. That's how our surfers on the right with the numbers, the 1, 2, 3, 4, and the X's. That's how we see how the surfers see who has priority and in which position they are in priority. Four minutes and 20 seconds to go. It's quite a luxury to have such events that seem so clean, the way they run. You got everything you need from, as we see here, one of our surf instructors giving a hand to one of the competitors from the next heat to paddle out. Just giving him a bit of a nudge to get past the breakers. That current is getting quite strong. You can see our surfers paddling in, getting pulled down the beach towards the north. The big set breaking out back. I hope that little surfer made it out. Looks like he just got a bit taken down by that big one, but he's back on his board and paddling with as much conviction. 3 minutes remaining. 3 minutes and 5 seconds to go. Winds have completely shifted now. We have that south wind, so it's really coming down from the bottom of the country, and it's pushing that current even stronger up towards the north. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Situation still the same. As we see the vibe on the beach. And that is Coach Bharat together with some of his trainees from the West Coast. Probably supporting the surfers in the water right now. Surfer in red, up and riding. Just a bit of a fade back into the pocket. Floats the next section. And let's see if we can get onto the open face. He goes into the oncoming foam section. And he's out of there. Will he improve on a 5.33? His backup score? I don't think so. But surfing's the game, and that's what he's there to do, so he's gonna catch waves nonetheless. It's 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Up next is quarterfinal heat 2 for the juniors 14 and under boys. 1 minute, just over a minute to go. We get a little replay from that right from red, just fading that back in the pocket to get into this double up. Now generating some speed, getting into the bit of a float. And looking to hit that oncoming section, but nothing of real substance. Is that one. Still comes in at a 4 though, but doesn't factor in to their scoreline. White now up and riding. Just getting out of there, away from that rock. 20 seconds to go. Might have been a bit of a tactical decision there to block our surfer in yellow from getting the 3-5 they need to take second position. So smart tactical surfing there from our surfer in white. They learn fast. In the water next, quarterfinal heat 2 of the juniors 14 and under. We have Yogesh A, Likitsalian, M. Manjanath Naik, and Dhruvan. Red, white, yellow, blue in that order. As you can see in your screen, on your screen. As we are hearing the countdown out the back. That marks the start of the heat. Surfers are in position. Red holding the inside yellow holding the inside position. Will have right of way on all the waves. Open priority is about positioning, not about who reached the peak first. So whoever gets the inside position from them can steal priority. So it's up to you to really hold on to that priority position, hold on to that dominant position in the lineup by maintaining your paddle, keeping paddling towards the south, towards the peak. Looks like our surfer in yellow is quite confident in doing that. As the peak shows up, he turns around, flips his board just a little too deep for the takeoff as those waves are draining off the lower tide. Clarity is not lost until the surfers catch the wave. You can see a lot of these groms. Groms are what we call junior surfers. A lot of these groms are entering multiple divisions to get more time in the water in uncrowded lineups. I'm sure they're enjoying themselves. Great deal out there in the waters. That's what it's all about at that age. Don't get me wrong, a lot of these groms take the competition very seriously as well. Bit of a slower start in this heat. 3 minutes already done. Not much waves ridden, no waves ridden. There's no waves ridden at the end of the first 10 minutes. That usually results into a restart of the heat. Surfers get an extra 10 minutes, but looks like there's something promising here. Again, a little bit too deeply positioned to take off on that one, but it was a good opportunity. The surfer in yellow was a bit further out. They'll be able to slide into that one. Looks like our surfers in blue and red positioning themselves a little bit lower down the peak towards the Elephant Rock. There's our surfers in red and yellow. Sorry, in yellow and white, opting to go up the peak. We're seeing two different strategies here. Surfer in yellow up and riding. Getting up into a high line, making it down the wave. He's out of there. Let's see what the judges score that. That'll be going probably into the fares. Just for the ability to go up the wave. Come back down. Last of yellow at 267. Beginning of the fair range. Does take the lead. Surfer in white now up and riding. 2 carves. 3. Looking to finish this one on the oncoming section. Just lays it back a little too hard. Still 3 maneuvers. Out the back. A bit of a smaller wave. Definitely be going into the averages with that. 483 for last of white. The surfer in white does take control of the first few minutes of the heat with a 483. We did see the surfer in yellow really using that priority. Nice wave out back, all the way from the peak. Curious to see whether surfers in blue and red will also paddle up the peak, but they prefer staying down on the second section. Looks like surfers in blue and red really do want to stick by the second section. allowing surfer in yellow to paddle up. Surfer in red. Having a look at that one, it almost looked like our surfer in yellow was trying to sell that one to red. Smart tactical decision. Surfer in red opting in on this one. That one just closes up. You see some of the tourists coming in for their touring of the beach shore temple. Having a look at the action in the water as well. Curious event. They are used to visiting temples, but they're not as used to seeing some people walking on water, doing all sorts of crazy maneuvers. There's a curious sight. Last yellow got another ride, a 067, just to throw away. Last of red came in at a 083. 12 minutes to go. Last heat?
No, and one more after.
One more only?
What I can
maneuvers as we see our surfer in red just getting blasted off the finish of that lip line. That's the end of the heat and the day. Unless we have round 2 heat 1 of the men's, I believe that'll be tomorrow morning. That is our surfer in blue, the fearless flyer, Arvin CH from Vizag, I believe. Vizag is a surf town up north. Not up north, but on the east coast still. Further up to the north, just under Orissa. Some solid conditions over there. Whenever it's like a meter over here, it's like 2 or 3 meters over there. And you can see it in the spirit of this charger. Mr. Arvin charging some solid set waves. Not able to take out this quarterfinal heat, but still showing up and committing to the drop. Surfers in red and white progressing to the semis. Prahlad Sriram and Monish Kumar. Close. And that was it, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge. It was wonderful being here with you guys, chatting about all sorts of things, from wave conditions to judging to surfing technique. We will be running tomorrow with the men's open round 2. We'll also be running the women, so stay tuned tomorrow for day 2 action. Some good conditions still coming through the bay throughout the next couple of days of competition. So see you on the live.